Alright gamers, how we doing? Good to see all you. Let me take a sip of this coffee that actually just burned me. Like, I was pouring it into my mug, and it splattered, and hit my arm, and scalded me, and I should probably do something about that. But it's too delicious. So, like, I'm just not gonna. It's the adulting way. Ignore the problem and drink coffee instead. Ow. Anyway, I hope you guys are doing well. Kevin, what are you doing? Live your best life. Okay. You comfy down there? You're sneezing again. What are you doing? Let's see who we got. We got Rune, we got Ember, Itsukato, Asian Goodness. That's weird out of context. Someone's name. Brucey, Numexaben, Ivan, Stump, Pico, loading screen, Mahoney, a Pup Tea, the Brother Matt, Cheeky, Steve, Smodazzer, and anyone else who's lurking about. How was Outriders? For the little bit of time I was able to play, I really enjoyed it. Servers did not do very well yesterday. It was a huge launch. They probably had more people than they anticipated. So I didn't get much actual playtime. It was a lot of waiting. But I do plan on playing it again on stream Saturday. I figure that gives it just enough time for servers to smooth out a little bit, while still riding the hype wave and getting to experience some fun stuff. But what I was able to play was good. Just I wasn't able to play much. So more Outriders on Saturday. Also, I am going to be giving away a copy of the game, thanks to Square Enix on Saturday as well, with another cool thing. I'm not gonna like plug this too much right now because of the server stuff, so it's just y'all early folk who get to see this bit, but I do have an affiliate link for purchasing Outriders now, with the World's Lair expansion. If you buy through that, it does support me, but it's just a thing. So yeah, if you happen to get interested in the game, there you go. I'm giving away a copy on Saturday. Hopefully the servers iron out their issues and stuff. Yeah, how are we feeling today? Feeling great, Fleece. Feeling great. So we've got the community featured is in for one more day, and it's really, really ridiculously good for farming money. Like, it's insanely good for money. So I want to spend some time on today's stream getting as much money on this character as I can, because I want to be prepared for any good things I might see in a vendor. So what's going on with Outriders? Heard a lot of issues from launch after fixed. They dropped an expansion yesterday, Smodazzer. Or I suppose officially it's out tomorrow, but early access started yesterday. They've done a lot of good post-launch support for the game, a lot of good balancing updates and stuff, and they just continued that into the expansion, which adds more skill trees, more gear, new activities, overhauls, difficulty scaling, just like lots of cool stuff. And it's cool. I'm looking forward to digging into it more. Morning, Luke. How you doing? Server's much better today? Okay, that's good to know, Cheeky. That's good to know. Interested in the game, haven't picked it up yet? Yeah, I'll be doing that giveaway on Saturday. So, let's get into it. And I'm also vaguely proud of my character creation skills with this guy. I made him look as much like Blight as I could. I think the skull bandana is a creative touch. Why am I in Dreamville? Oh yeah, I was soul farming. Clawbringer thought? What you got? Ow.
I'm back. I can't tell you from whence I came, but you can be...
You good, Captain? Yeah, Captain's okay. They added an Amara like rush stack enchantment for the hammer. Stacks build up critical hits and increase hammer damage to take. It seems complicated and not particularly in the vein of what Clawbringer's doing. I don't see how that's like how that screams Clawbringer or anything. Also, I don't really like why. Embodiment of Blight. The biggest thing I push for when providing like suggestions and feedback and stuff is always suggest the simplest thing first. If it seems complicated enough that you can poke holes in it, probably not the play. So this is the build that I was running a Deathless on, and I've shifted into doing some health and ward tanking at the same time. So you can see my money is already like... I made so much from that room alone. Ugh. You make like several million per run in this featured. Hey son, how you doing? Barber changes, what's new? Body rune, unarmored defense. I happen to get this amalgam, chat. Like, this is another one of those instances of, hey, your streamer luck persisted. I got this yesterday, and a Claw Burr isn't my favorite combo here, but, like, it's Ascended, and look at the passives. It's actually crazy. I suppose the all damage roll could be, like, something else. Maybe max ward or max HP. Probably max ward would be better there. But, like... yeah, this is a crazy good Amnesia. Yeah, we're using Amnesia, and now using Vampire to help ward tank against the Amnesia dot and HP tank at the same time. Turned up my game sound a little bit for Outriders, so turn it back down now. A lot of movement speed, it is. And because we're also a Frost Shiver, we have a bunch of innate movement speed as well. We've got, when haste is at full capacity, 24% there. We've got 2 points in Cold Snap. I want that third in Cold Snap, but I don't know if I can justify any of these other changes. Maybe move one Icebreaker to Cold Snap? Maybe. I haven't decided yet. Yeah, we've already made about 2 mil from this featured so far. 2 rooms, 2 mil. Hey Al, how you doing? Joey, Civil, good to see you. Cool thing about running Vampire Hilt with the setup is that we are very tanky. The points from Iron Squall on our armor help us swing faster, which lets us get that Vampire going at a better rate. And our ward is stopping the Amnesia dot from being negative at all. It doesn't hurt us, because there's always some amount of ward taking that hit. And then the Vampire Hilt is also restoring our health for anything we lose between swings. So, it's very tanky, is the takeaway here. Say the extra Cold Snap point if you're using an Empowering Sigil. I think you're fine currently. It's not just about the Cryo Pico, it's about the movement speed. That would be an extra, so instead of 12% movement speed, it would be 18% movement speed. That's another 6% all damage from my Amnesia being active. And the Frost efficiency also lets me get more Icebreaker active at once. I'm using a cryo weapon. I have Enrage. My gun is also cryo. There's a lot of cryo happening. So that was my thought process. See why Stonks is a lot of money? Yeah, you can get this feature done in about 7 to 8 minutes, and you could honestly opt out of doing drill at all. Like, you could just reset the run and just keep doing the first few rows. And that's likely more efficient, but I'm gonna do the boss as well, because I also want the loot room. So there's a couple ways you could be more efficient than I'm being right now. You could sell everything in the loot room, or you could just not do the boss fight. I did try out Pan on this build briefly. It's fun. Not really necessary though, with the amount of tank you get from the vampire stuff. And we do swing enough with this to where we can stand in Drill's bath water and sustain infinitely. Not infinitely, but for a very long time, if you time the jumping well. Cool thing about standing in that is it also triggers your selective amnesia, because you're constantly taking damage. Just pairs very well. Hey David, how are you? Sora, good to see you. Can Cursewit roll roid parts? I can check that for you right now. Cursed Wit. It can get one, yes. Cursed Wit can only get one augment, but yes, roid is on the list. Thought I'm not that hot here, I'm happy. Let's go. The great thing about running a greatsword on this feature is you can hit a lot of mimics at once. So some of the room clears can be quite speedy. You just run around and make sure you pick up all the money. I started this run with, what, 63 million? Yeah. 63 or 64 million is where I started here. Already gotten 4 million. We... I'm not grabbing nearly as many crystals as I could, and like I only needed one room. Make a Shadowfire build, utilize some classes and Shaman's gear. Anything that makes a gun do more damage is gonna make your Shadowfire better. In terms of dot stuff, Stabomancer is far and away the best for dot consistency and stuff. Clawbringer is a good pair with that, but Spell Shot is also just like still top dog for guns. So maybe some combination of Stabo with either Claw or Spell Shot. Hey Jester, how you doing? Watch this doesn't make me realize I played it wrong all week. Should have focused farming cash so I get all the mana to use. You didn't play wrong, you got other stuff done. You still got today and tomorrow to do this farm. Shadowfire benefit from area damage or other damage types. I don't know if the Chuck gets area damage, but the bullets do. The Chuck should get area damage. The bullets do. So if you're shooting the gun for shooty, yes. It can roll in either fire or dark magic. I would recommend fire for the vast majority of scenarios. Rapid Fire, thank you for the 21 months. Chuck does too, thank you, son. You have to dive then, huh?
Quag Chad Quag Chad Quag Chad Quag Chad Quag Chad Quag Chad Qua.
The Qua at the end was a nice touch. Thank you again, Rapid Fire. I appreciate it. I hope you've been doing well. Missed Qua their streams. Good to have you back. Stabo's almost max level. I think when he gets there, I have a plan. I was going to ask you about synergy. Feel free. Hey, Coaches. I have a slight problem in understanding Warp Paradigm for Spell Shot. Do I want the one that raises gun damage by spell damage or spell damage by gun damage? There is no paradigm that increases gun damage. Paradigm interacts with the stats ability damage, melee damage, and spell damage. It'll always take one and boost the other two. It can roll in any configuration among those three. Generally, you want, as a spell shot especially, the one that converts spell into both melee and ability. Because spell shot's biggest strength in tree is that it has a metric ass ton of spell damage. You know, anyone know if Wonderlands are going to add a higher level to get to? They just increased the Chaos cap, the Chaos level cap from 35 to 50, less than a week ago. If you mean character levels, no, and I hope they never do because it would be a terrible decision for the game. But they did just add more stuff for you to grind less than a week ago.
I feel magical.
I think it would be bad if they added more levels. Yeah. It just wouldn't do anything healthy. Like, name a good thing that happens from level cap increases that you can't do through other means. I don't think you can. Meanwhile, there's a bunch of bad things that happen from level cap increases. We've seen this in every Borderlands game. Hey, Ember, thank you for the year with the Prime. Number go up. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I thought you already did that. Maybe I'm crazy. Thank you so much, Ember. I appreciate it. If there is character level, it means you basically get both capstones. Probably not a good idea. I think all we need is 10 levels. We only need 2 levels for it to break balance rapid fire. It would take 2 levels for you to get tier 5 investment with capstone, which is already enough to completely wreck the balance of the game. Yeah, we don't need that. It would only take 2 for it to be problematic. Streamers listed in channels I might like, so thought I'd pop in. I appreciate that, Jaybridge. Good to meet you. Sub with Prime because it doesn't auto-renew. I have to manually do it every month, which was automatic. Yeah, they'd probably lose enough money that they wouldn't do the Prime thing at all anymore if it was automatic, but I do wish it was too. I forget to use my Prime often. They give us 1? Why? Because if they give us 1 skill point, let's say by giving us 1 more character level, then everybody's gear is now under by 1. Whether or not that matters, people are gonna hate it, because it's just arbitrarily making people's gear worse and pushing them towards refarming for absolutely no additional gameplay. There is no positive to a level cap increase, or to giving more skill points. Especially because 1 more skill point, even just 1, does have the effect of making build choices less meaningful. If you don't have to choose, what's the point of having a system based on choice? Because under by 1 would feel so much worse than like 10. It'd be harder to rationalize, like, liking it. Think 40 is good? I think so too. We even have more skill points than we expected to have at 40. There were people like, oh, that's not enough skill points, and then, you know, that was without knowing we have 44 points at 40. Previous games we had, for example, Borderlands 3, we had 70 points at 72. I think Borderlands 2, you had 5 less than the level at all times, so 75 in BL2. Correct me if I'm wrong there. I understand how your build's so powerful. New to Wonderland's build sucks. Please enlighten me. Something I spend a lot of time doing, Luke, is I look at the interactions between the items I have. I will look at a concept, and then I will use what makes that concept better. Damage formulas play into it a lot. Knowing what to take to increase your damage, and having gear that synergizes well together. For example, a big problem with surviving on melee builds is, you know, your health hits 0, and then you can't do anything. While a vampire health helps me heal regularly. But what else does a vampire health do? It restores your wards as well. Not just 10% of your health, 10% of your wards. So I'm using that to keep this body rune full. Body rune is also giving me damage after I kill an enemy, but it's got a decent capacity, and it heals me. And it doesn't have a fast recharge rate. So Vampire allows me to recharge the body rune way faster than I normally would be able to. I don't need to stop taking damage at all. And wards are great at blocking the self-damage from selective amnesia. So I get this damage without it really hurting me at all. It's just piecing things together. That's your normal drill clear time. Makes me feel better. I'm not wiping in 2 seconds. That's not really my normal drill clear time. That's me not paying much attention fighting drill. I could make it way faster. Example, just swapping my melee weapon would make that way faster, but I just didn't bother. May have mentioned this before, Stabbo Action Skill Ghostblade proc melee hilts? No. Nothing procs melee hilts. Except for this. That's it. It's the only thing. There's a couple exceptions in terms of some passive effects given by melee weapons, but those exceptions are limited to one of the Spellblade's effects, one of the Diamond Guard Sword's effects, one of the Greed Warden's effects, as opposed to all of the Greed Warden's effect, technically, and the Goblin's Bane's effect. So it's only those. We bid OP with Snake Stick. Yeah, there's lots of melee weapons that it's definitely for the best that hilt mods don't activate. Just want to shout from the top of Mount Craw. Finally got a volatile body rune, a primordial sword explosion last night. Let's go. That's sick. I got, while farming money yesterday, I got an ascended body rune, but it rolled health and not capacity. I was disappointed, and then I was thinking about it. I was like, I guess if I was going to do deathless body rune stuff, health would be better. It's more tank. But I wanted the capacity roll, because with unarmored defense, capacity equals more overall wards and health. Sad. Okay, so how much money do we end up with? 68 mil. So, going through all that, we made about 5 mil. Can make that run a lot faster. It may look really viable, generally despised the damage you were doing. Yeah, there's people saying that melee isn't viable and you have to use, like, pixies and stuff. Yeah, they just don't, like, experiment. It's the same as anything else. You need to, if you want to get results, you need to invest into whatever your method of dealing damage is. Now, some of those methods are easier to get results out of, because, for example, with if you're playing a spell shot, especially a dead shot with that Graveborn kit supplementing your spell shot kit, you just have so much going on that you don't have to actively know, like, where your damage comes from. The trees just kind of take care of it for you. So that's more straightforward for people. But something like melee, well, you have many, many more things to juggle. So that will lead to a lot of people writing it off as not viable. But melee is some of the highest damage in this entire game. At C35, Ghostblade was one of the fastest bossing things in the entire game. Livewire has always been crazy. This is a melee build, and I'm doing pretty okay right now. Very early on, Dreadwind was one of the damage leaders. And now Stab-O-Matic being melee damage, not melee gameplay, but melee damage. Well, melee damage as a whole is just extremely powerful in this game. Just requires different investment than guns. You gotta think about them differently. It's 2 character levels per tier, Ember. So, a non-chaos tiered item is level 40, and Ascended is level 48. They're equal to 2 character levels of stats. Hey Twisted Grin, how you doing? What's some meta for today? Today we're doing some featured run farming for money. Getting about 5 mil per run. Going, like, pretty slow. So I could just go faster. And get more. So I'm gonna do that. Any C50 Feral Surge builds? I've not messed with Feral Surge at C50 yet. I do have some ideas, though. Times 14 Chaotic, Stab-O-Matic yesterday? That's crazy. And not tax-free. Thank you for the 16 months. You're terrible for dodging the stream to avoid spoilers. Well, you better feel terrible about feeling terrible.
I feel terrible for dodging the streams. To avoid spoilers, I am now ready to lurk for the Quag wisdom. Quag cozy.
You better feel terrible for apologizing about that because you did the right thing prioritizing your own enjoyment, and I'm glad you didn't get spoiled. It's good to have you back, though. Thank you so much for the 16 months. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're doing lots of fun stuff in this game. There's lots of crazy stuff to go over in Wonderlands. So I'm glad to have you back. Really speculate on Blight Caller when you know nothing about it? Yeah. I wonder if Deadshot will always be the highest damage spell combo. Well, it's not always already. Remember, this is a lands game. Best is not as clear-cut ever as people want it to be. There's many situations where a Trap Scallion outdoes a Deadshot, even with spells. It's just situational. And sometimes requires very specific stuff. There's situations where a Chillmonger out DPS is a Deadshot as well. It's not a universal thing. Mostly lurking, you know how it is? Good to see you, Aurorius. Heard of the Opera browser? Yeah, I've been considering that for a while. Because resource hogging on Chrome is real. Quag's the best, though? No, Dex is the best. Remember there being damage formulas in BO3, however I severely lack knowledge in terms of damage types formulas. You can do exclamation point damage, and we do have the full formula for almost everything that deals damage in Wonderlands laid out, thanks to the hard work of some community members. Don't actually think about the spell shot capstone. On average, it'd be mathematically useful in things that have cooldown of over 16 seconds. Yeah. How much cooldown rate from skill trees and other sources have you factored into that calculation? Because Sever the Thread is often low value because of its opportunity cost. Ironically enough, the farther you go in Spellshot tree past Double Dot, the less useful it is to your build. For a spellcasting build. And then you have just alternate methods of getting spell cooldown back. A lot of people are doing the Stab-O-Matic spell charge melee kill thing lately. There's also using the cooldown skills that Graveborn and Spellshot both have in their tree. There's getting more intelligence in your hero points. There's using a Goblin Pickaxe. There's using an Archmage Hilt. There's using the Lich's Auger. There's quite a lot of ways of getting your spell cooldowns back fast, to the point where I almost never consider Sever the Thread because of its opportunity cost. It's just like, eh. I could take that, or I could just use my skill points on stuff to make me hit harder. Hey Deep Zombie, how are you? What did the Bad Egg change actually do in practice? So remember how I used to have that that hidden melee mult aside from the dark magic bonus element? The melee multiplier is gone, so it's now just the bonus element and the move skills, which does make it much less attractive, which is a shame. Last Red Shotgun doing work for me. Love that gun, B-Sharp. It's so good. I haven't tried it at C50 yet, but I have high hopes. I haven't done any gun build gameplay at C50 yet. I've been having too much fun with spells and melee. Any general tips for climbing the Chaos Chambers? Feel stumped, constantly trying new setups for my Berserker. The biggest general tip I could give is have a bossing strategy. You want to have every possible scenario boss covered. So, like, a good bossing gun that'll at least be okay against most health bar types. Sword Explosion's very popular for that. You can get your hands on one. And keep in mind that some bosses that people have trouble with are because there's one mechanic that's a kind of a hurdle you have to get over, and it's like riding a bike. You never forget how to deal with it once you get it. And then there's other bosses that have resistances that make them seem tankier than they are. For example, Celissa is not very tanky at all, but she's got a shield and she's lightning resistant. So you don't have the option of a favorable elemental matchup on half of her fight. So that throws a lot of people off. Wastard and Drill both have enforced DPS checks, where if you don't do enough damage during a certain phase in a certain period of time, they start recovering, partially. Incrementally, but they do it. So having a good bossing strategy is the best thing you can do to future-proof.
Ha! You fell for it! Classic hero bait.
Doing Deadshot things, found a Spell Stabbo, Trickster with Spell Ability, and Double Knot, and 4 in Spell Sniper. Nice, Thermal, that's a good find. Morning, Urban Mech, how you doing? I think I missed a couple things in chat, let me catch up. Not really worth the investment. I'd agree with that regarding Sever the Thread. Yeah. A lot of people struggle because with Brain wonder why their liquid cooling don't delete some enemies. Liquid cooling's still good though. That's the thing. It's not as good as it was, and I do think that the specific buff they plan to give to it should come through at some point. But it's just the way this game differs in terms of gameplay design from a Borderlands game is that the burden is actually on you to do anything. Like, bosses don't just stand there. You don't have a surplus of easily accessible damage. There's a surplus of damage at the top, but it's not like BL3 where most things are just overpowered as a baseline. You need to invest to get that level of power. That's awkward. Yeah, whatever. Celissa isn't very tanky. I do suck if you had me fighting for like 10 minutes. Celissa's tricky, and she's got that resistance. I'll go over that bit again. She's got... one of her phases is a shield bar, and the other phase is a health bar. You can skip the second phase by doing enough damage, but that's a different thing. The thing about countering shields is, one, they're not hugely common in this game, but two, you have the most favorable possible elemental matchup against them, that being lightning on wards. That's a 175% multiplier. It's really good. But if you have a warded enemy that resists that element, you don't have any favorable elemental matchups anymore. Your best option elementally is going to be you know, not the intended one. So that can shake things up a lot. You're gonna have to brute force past that, which gives her more effective tank. Not actual tank, but effective tank. And then there's the fact that Celissa moves and has a very weird hitbox. She can be hard to hit. I mentioned speeding Drill up by swapping a melee weapon. I suppose I'll show that. Like Celissa hitbox is the biggest problem. She can just be awkward, and sometimes she'll just snake around your shots, like as snakes do. you can vampire off the harpoons if you ever need to. Just be careful if they pop your ward, because it does that. Hey Irish, how you doing? And he's on the fire phase. I switch back to what I normally use. Son of Witch does have crazy health? No, he doesn't. Hey Dracona, how you doing? Challenge is probably the better word. Yeah, I like that, Jaybridge. Volatile, throwable hole, rolled spellcast dark magic. I haven't seen anything too crazy yet. It's spell damage, so it double knots. Hey, that's an amnesia with double knot. That's cool. I have a better one though. Speaking of throwable hole, any benefit to using ×2 over ×1? If you're going to shoot it directly for damage, then ×2 is better, but otherwise no. Morning, fan. How you doing? I like how bosses feel like bosses in this game instead of being bullet sponges like in Borderlands. To expand on that, bullet sponges as in they do nothing but stand there and soak up damage, because they weren't tanky in Borderlands games. But they didn't do much mechanically either. In this game, they can feel tanky, but there's nothing that's particularly ridiculous in terms of HP values. It's usually just a resistance or a DPS check mechanic. And they have attacks that are actually threatening. How many times in Borderlands 3, for example, does a boss actually damage you to the point where it downs you? Not often. In this game, bosses are the leading cause of death. So yeah, we've made 9 mil so far in stream. Been playing for about 40 minutes, made 9 mil. And that's with me going very slow and talking. Rodent Goomba stomping me. Or Katagawa, yeah. Mispronounced barrels is the leading cause of death. I still die more to bosses than barrels in this game, honestly, Control. As many barrels as there are, they're less problematic than BL3 barrels, because we don't have crazy splash radius bonuses in this game. So like, a BL3 barrel could kill you from across the room. A barrel in this game, it'll kill you, but you have to actually be near it. Always some good guns with low mag size or guns with high reload speed. The Rain of Arrows over in that vending machine is medium mag size, but high ammo consumption per shot, so it works out to you reload quite often. It's got a good reload speed. Carouser is another one of those. Skeet Prod. Skeet Prod has the fastest reload in the game. I believe it's tied for fastest reload, 0.8 seconds. You can, with enough sniper rifle reload speed bonuses and just global reload speed, you can literally make the Skeet Prod's reload animation so fast you cannot see it. It takes 0 frames. You just can't see it. It's really funny. Sure, the joke is fun. Warren, how are we doing today? Doing well, Control. How are you? Or like paper mache pinatas. Accurate, Black Panther. Most important questions, since I haven't watched the streams. How many ways of not shooting guns have you found? Enough. I'm playing a build right now where I'm shooting this gun as more of like a debuffing thing. Like the gun is not there for damage. I'm just using it to apply crossbolts for a couple of reasons. Other build I've been playing a lot at the C50 cap is a spellcasting build where I pretty much don't shoot at all. That's fun. And then there's a bunch of action skill centric builds you can do as well. There's not as many ways of not shooting as there were in BL3, but I also prefer shooting in this game to BL3 because it's constructed in such a way that, like, it's promoting you using multiple damage dealing methods at once. It's more like combo structured. Ski Prod has to be fastest. I think it's tied with Masterwork Handbow and that thing seems slower. Right, there's a couple instances of like a stat will be equal or faster on an item, but it'll still feel slower. Example, Goblin Pickaxe feels faster than Twin Soul, despite the fact that it is 4/100ths of a second, like 4/100ths of a swing faster per second. It's 1.9 versus 1.94. Twin Soul having the 1.94. But Pickaxe feels faster. It's a feel thing. It might not be faster, but it feels faster. Skeet Prod versus Handbow is the same way. Insight Rings only roll ability damage? Yes. All of the blue quest rings have a fixed primary. So Insight Ring and whatever that Weep Wild one was, those are always ability. Elder Wyvern Ring is always gun. Shark Lesson is always melee. So much money already. Oh. I don't know how much an Ascended armor costs in a vendor. I still haven't seen that yet. Or an Ascended sniper, or an Ascended launcher. Any of those. Legendary specifically, I should say. Got an Ascended Con, but has melee crossbolts, not damage crossbolts. That's still useful, Meteors. For this build, for example, I'm running a Primordial Con with melee crossbolts. It's one of my bossing options. So, melee crossbolts con is still very useful. I would love an Ascended one with an element for this build, but haven't been lucky yet. Doesn't need to be Ascended, really. Oh, poor Butt Stallion. Oof. How's Outriders yesterday? I was reading a lot of login issues like game hadn't launched. Yeah, the servers had a lot of problems yesterday. I've been told it's better today. I didn't get to play much because of the login issues. What I did get to play, I enjoyed. I do plan on streaming the game again on Saturday, though. And I'll also be giving away a copy of the game on Saturday. So that'll be cool. Do damage crossbolts also increase melee? No, they're just gun damage. The ones that say damage are gun damage, and the ones that say melee are melee. Like, if I was still running Deathless, that troll would have killed me, because I wouldn't have had health gain. Elite trolls hit hard enough to one-shot you through 90,000 ward. You could have 90,000 and they still one-shot you at C50. But if you health gate tank with a vampire hilt like this, it's not a problem. Is Divergent good? Not in my experience. I haven't given it too much time, but with what time I've spent with it, I did not see it as good. Is the part that gives damage melee crossbolts attribute? Yes. Anything that can get crossbolts will get one or the other, and each is capable of getting both unless it's a fixed parts item. So like Tooth Raider is always melee crossbolts, but say Carouser can get gun damage or melee crossbolts. I don't know if the Love Struck Bow spell can get melee crossbolts at all. That one might also just be damage crossbolts, but yeah. For guns, everyone I can think of except for the, Tooth Raider. Either one. How can they do 90k would be on a normal level where they do 30k physical damage? What I'm telling you is an elite troll at C50 has one-shot me with 90k wards. Simple as that. Like, running around taking all of the ward and HP increases on a Deathless here, eliting every room, it happened. Morning, Vader. How you doing? Oh, I guess it's dead. Okay. Does Love Struck Bow damage crossbolts not increase its own damage? No. It's not a gun. I like your own armor defense setup. Thank you. I do too. I'm just working. Hope that's going well. Melee crossbolts over a live wire, but like you could do both. That's the thing that always bugged me about people saying live wire is the only way to do melee. Like, people doing that never even use crossbolts. Like, you could just do both. For anything melee, crossbolts make it better, including live wire. It's more proof that people don't experiment. I know Spin as big of a fan of this feature as me. A lot of people don't like it because a lot of people don't have functioning melee builds, so it's not very efficient. You try out some of the new melee weapons, they sound neat in theory. They do. I've had trouble getting good rolls. Also, are they both always non-elemental? Or am I just insanely unlucky? Because that kills a lot of the interest for me.
Hope that works out for you.
Do you need crossbolts or live wire for C50 melee? No. But if you're actively deciding not to use live wire, fine. If you're actively deciding to also not use crossbolts, why? Like, if you're going to the hardest difficulty level and expecting to not need to push your damage, you're not having reasonable expectations. I'm doing a lot of things at once to make this melee build work. I've dedicated several items to tanking, I've got several support items. And I'm mechanically doing a lot. Before I close the gap on an enemy, I light them on fire with inflammation, I fill them full of crossbolts, and then I start swinging. So I would really get out of the mentality of, do I have to get damage? And I'd start using the mentality, why wouldn't I get damage? Outlook can change a lot with your success on higher difficulty levels. Outlook is in, like, your perspective, not your melee. Not your melee, your mail app. Melee. Brain no worky. I'm gonna start a melee guy. Can you tell me how Dreadwind and Ghostblade work with melee stuff? So, Ghostblade just looks at your melee weapon, takes 85% of the damage, and it's like, this is Ghostblade's base damage. It swings exactly as fast as your melee weapon does. It uses the element of your melee weapon. It has the crit chance and crit damage of your melee weapon. It's basically taking your melee weapon, nerfing it a little bit, and spinning it somewhere. In Ghostblade's formula, it also gets class power, so that Stabomancer power increases that, meaning that you can get Ghostblade to a point where it is hitting harder than your base melee swing, which is cool. But it gets all your melee damage bonuses, your elemental stuff, all that, and the greatest thing about Ghostblade is it's consistent melee damage at range, and you can multitask. In my Ghostblade build, I just sit there shooting an enemy with crossbolts, and then bonking them with my melee weapon while the Ghostblade hits them. Ghostblade's great for that. Dreadwind, it takes a much smaller slice of your melee weapon, 45.5 instead of, 85. It also takes the element and the crit stats, but the coolest thing about Dreadwind is that it always swings at a rate of 4 per second. So you could have a super slow weapon like this Banshee that swings 0.87 times per second. Dreadwind will still be like, no, 4. So, despite the fact that it's only 45.5% of the value, you were hitting 4 times per second as long as you're physically in range. Dreadwind also introduces Berserker power to the formula. You get area damage, and you get ability damage as well. So, Dreadwind has a really stacked formula. It's just the opportunity cost that makes Dreadwind so awkward. You are in range, you are locking down your character, you can't do anything but spin. And maintaining uptime can be difficult, especially with you getting knocked around and with the high amount of damage enemies do. So Dreadwind's very tough to make work, but Ghostblade, super comfy. Big vouch for Ghostblade. One of them comes Elemental. Greed Warden? Okay, cool. I've just been unlucky on that one. How do you feel about Face Puncher in Wonderlands? I don't think it should have happened, but I honestly think the BL3 Face Puncher was more problematic for balance, so whatever. You value the crossbolts more than the 40% melee blade? Yeah. The 40% melee blade is only 15% more in the regular melee damage category than this blade, but the crossbolts are a fresh damage multiplier in the melee formula. So, yeah, they're just better. If I was being more optimal and had some swap speed, then yes, I would swap from this to a 40%, which I don't have on me. That's how little I care. Feral Surge is weird though, I think it scales from ability. Yeah, it's ability, it's Frost, it is not area. Cooldown's rather high. Feral Surge is not like a good damage dealing option. The way you kill with Feral Surge is you use the execute threshold on it. But that comes with some problems, like you need to deal other damage to get enemies that weak. And if you ever miss, you just don't have an action skill for a while. Feral Surge is awkward, I do think it could use some love. My preferred change for it would be just give it a second charge, honestly. Increase the radius and give it a second charge. That's what I would do to it. Hydra wasn't possible to kill with melee. People do say that. Yeah, I forgot. Not supposed to do that yet, but that's fine. Stab-matic solution melee builds for anti-melee bosses. That's just bad because people discard melee, use it alone. But here's the thing. There's no anti-melee bosses except for Imelda. It's just one. It's just Imelda. You can find ways of meleeing in every other situation. It is just Imelda. And even against Imelda, you have Ghostblade. Ghostblade works on phase 1. It's only a solution for one of the 6 classes, but an option. What about Banshee's Kill Aura? You still have the ranged melee options that aren't Stab-o-matic, and also you can just do enough damage that it doesn't matter. You could also Vampire Tank, as long as you get good spacing. It's doable. It's difficult, but it's doable. Also, those soul cells, ranged melee. Stab-o-matic is not the first instance of ranged melee. There's other ways of doing it. But yes, and they're weak enough that you could shoot them with a gun. But sure, I use a Stab-o-matic for that myself. It's just Stab-o-matic's getting credit for, like, being a fix to a problem that wasn't, like, that bad. Long crossbolts last depends on the source. In this case, these last 5 seconds. I like sniper crossbolts because they last 8 seconds. But if you get something like AR crossbolts, those can last as little as 1 second. Hey Zigzag, am I running Contagion build? Yeah, it does have Contagion, but remember Contagion was altered in this last patch to the point where it no longer does that thing where it gets 100 a million dot ticks. It just takes your damage and spreads it. It doesn't multiply your damage anymore. So that's just my natural damage without Contagion increasing it. All Contagion is doing is making it apply to other enemies. Contagion's still an amazing skill, and if you're going for Alchemical Agent, which is, in my opinion, the single best 1-point damage dealing skill in the entire game, Alchemical Agent, you still take Contagion, because think about it, you have to get there, and it synergizes with it, so you still do that. From Contagion 2, good taste. Feral Surge kill threshold was higher, like 30 or 40, would it help? It would help. It would. There's no armor combo with Alchemical Agent, correct. For 1-point Contagion? Why? What's the Stab-o-matic? Face Puncher. Literally, it's Face Puncher. Does Feral Surge not work against bosses? Yes. But there's lots of stuff that doesn't work against bosses. What do you think of Chaos 50 so far? I think it was a bit early. I think that a large portion of the people who were not ready for Chaos 50 would not have been ready for Chaos 50, even if you space it out another 3 months from now. Hey, Zigzag, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed the emotes, ad reviewing, all the good stuff. And welcome in again. Thank you. I've heard people saying Contagion's still strong, just not the insane one-shot ticks. Exactly. It's still incredibly good. Like, any build that took Contagion before still takes Contagion. Still strong, you just gotta up your first dot game. Right, it doesn't create damage where there was none. It doesn't turn a 1 damage dot into a 1 trillion damage dot anymore. It just spreads the dots you have at a lower value, which is still extremely valuable. Experimenting with 1-point Contagion because I want to use 2 points elsewhere. I'm cool with a small chance of Contagion spreading. I understand that, but like the 2 points elsewhere, this is a Stab-o-mancer tree. It's simply not justifiable. Outside of a purely theoretical model. Like, let's look at Stab-o tree. Ready? Tier 1. Pretty decent in these two. Potent Poisons and Haste are good, so you max those. Tier 2, you max Exploit their weakness, because you overspec over here. Okay, you're good. You've got 11 points in, that gets you to here. And tier 3, Nimble Fingers is good. It's passable. Shadow Step, situationally good. Okay, you have already hit a wall where you need to take one less than ideal point to progress down to tier 4 of the tree. That is either Arsenal, which is really, really just minor, to the point where it's almost nothing. You have Swift Death, which is in the running for weakest skill in the entire game. And then you have Follow Up, which is so insanely conditional that it's often irrelevant. But Follow Up still wins out of the 3. Okay, so that gets you down to tier 4. Tier 4, Elusive is fantastic, you take it. Contagion's fantastic, Sneak Attack is awful, and you're still looking at these 3. So even if you max Contagion, you're still looking at some weak stuff. Like 3-3 Follow-Up instead of 3-3 Contagion, it's worse, but you can like it, sure. It's just not as good. It's simply less optimal. It's actively choosing to have less consistency in your damage for little to no upside beyond a very slight theoretical increase in damage. I prefer practicality. Sabomancer tree is weird to progress down the tree. Contagion is one of the few skills in the tree that's just unambiguously good. And there's many in the tree that do not have that status. So I really don't ever recommend going 1 point Contagion. You can always justify 2. Like, if you're to capstone your other tree and take Elusive, that leaves you 2 points for Contagion. So that's, like, fine. But 1? Can't justify it. Sucks Alchemical it can't roll on armor. I think it's a good thing that it can't, because it would be very dominant in terms of you grabbing that on armor. It would cut build diversity a lot because of how powerful Alchemical Agent is. Currently, it's a choice. If you want Alchemical Agent, you cannot take your other tree's capstone. That is the balancing factor. You can either get 2 T5s, or Stabo Capstone Alchemical, and then T4 in the other tree. It's a balancing factor. This game dropped 4 Primordial Storm Surges last 2 days. I got an Ascended one last night, Moonface, and I felt all kinds of weird about it. Watch Blight have Alchemical. Wouldn't surprise me. But at that point, so many armor combos that I feel like it's less problematic. How's Clawbringer, by the way? Good. Everybody telling me Claw's weak. Those people are taking day 1 feedback that was also an exaggeration then, and not sticking with the program. Clawbringer is not weak. Nice, Beanie. Thank you. Double Knot, Blast Gas, Blast Chill, and even Lord of Edges can drop on armor. Double Knot dropping on armor is a great example because it's so ridiculously pervasively powerful. Like, the meta for Deadshot Spellcaster builds is Double Knot on armor. Everything else is weaker than that. Just how it is. If you do not go Double Knot on armor, you are doing something weaker. It's a binary thing. Blast Gasp on armor is nice, but still requires a lot of investment to get it functional. And it's worse than Double Knot. Blast Chill on armor, nice, but even melee builds, such as this one, I'm not going for Blast Chill. And Lord of Edges is not even remotely competitive with other T5 stuff. So it's actually quite minor. Not even high thread count on armor. A high thread count absolutely gets dumpstered by Double Knot on armor. It's not close.
Come on, have some fun.
Got Ascended Salt and Battery? That's crazy, Brucey. That's crazy. Depends on your build. It doesn't depend on your build. Jenga, that's just math. Lord of Edges is the same damage reduction as every other damage reduction in the game. So 25% is like, okay, cool, but not worth your armor because the other skill points on that armor combination are terrible. It's just bad Sabomancer skills for the other 4 points. And then the damage granted by Lord of Edges is the same as this, 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 this enchant, that enchant, it's tiny. Build around Blast Chill and Armor is fantastic. The opportunity cost is too much compared to something like Double Knot, is the entire point there. I never said Blast Chill is not good. I said it is in a different realm from something like Double Knot. Double Knot on Armor is next level bullshit levels of powerful. Blast Chill on Armor is like, okay, this is cool. And remember, Blast Chill is on doing this. Double Knot is on a whole bunch of other stuff. Not arguing about suboptimal starting values. Well, you're ascribing value to things where there isn't any. Like, my whole point is Alchemical not being on armor is because it would be way too strong. Stronger even than some of our leading options for T5s on armor, and Double Knot is a great example of that. Double Knot on armor is so strong that it comparatively invalidates other choices you can make for that multi-class combo. If you're doing a spellcaster build, it is extremely difficult to justify not running a Double Knot armor. It's just that good. We don't need more of that. Don't explain how Double Knot works. Like, should I take it for a gun build? No, it's a spell thing. So the way Double Knot works is when you crit with a spell, you will get a bonus element of the listed Double Knot value on that spell of the element of your gun. Double Knot is functionally its own thing, so it is able to then crit again, which leads to crazy damage, but it also gets gun damage in the formula for the bonus element. So it'll double dip your elemental bonuses, your global bonuses, all that stuff, and then it'll also get gun damage, and is capable of critting again. So you can use a spell, crit to cause Double Knot, have that Double Knot crit, and it is insane amounts of damage. This is how you see things like Throwable Hole one-shotting bosses. It's because Throwable Hole is spell, so it can Double Knot, and then that Double Knot critting is enough to end the world. Does Barbalord proc Double Knot? No. No, it's not a spell. Double Knot requires things with damage or spell. So that's Queen's Cry, Throwable Hole, and spells. That's okay, Alchemical can't be an armor, makes the opportunity cost of Alchemical balance its power. Exactly that. That is my only point there. That's all I was getting at. I think it's a good thing right now that we can't get Alchemical on armor, because I can tell you that in a heartbeat, it would be what I would be taking on every single build that has Stabomancer, except for, like, a pure gun build. Every single Stabomancer build that is not pure gun would be taking it. And even the gun ones that are now shifting towards Stabomatic, they'd take it too. Think about it, 2 out of 1 Alchemical agent on Stabomatic? Under spell effect or build, Inflammation leaves a status effect that counts as spell damage. Whenever a spell or a gun crits, it has a chance to cause Sabo Capstone, Executioner's Blade, which is melee damage. So I can light an enemy on fire, and then wait, and with some good RNG, Executioner's Blade will pop up and pop them. Obviously I'm having a string of bad RNG right now. Where's my capstone? There it is. There it is. They pop over there. So enemies just being on fire is enough to make them occasionally take a big hit of melee damage. That's why I use Inflammation. Because that'll passively happen while I am swinging my weapon and doing other things. And it's also a status effect, so Contagion stuff is on the table. Exploit their weakness. It's got a lot of charges and a short individual cooldown per charge, so I always have at least one charge available to cast the spell. Take it even on Sabo gun builds because you can easily get Sabo's Executioner Blade. You can't though. the thing with Executioner's Blade is the conversation we had earlier about opportunity cost and, you know, underwhelming skills in Sabotree. There's mathematically no way to get to Executioner's Blade without spending at least 2 dead skill points. It's one of the worst capstones in the game. I'm using it now because it's cool with this build, but it's not a good skill, especially for where it's placed. It has some glaring problems and investment issues. Like, I had to put 4 in 1,000 cuts here. 1,000 cuts is also a bad skill, but it is least bad out of 1,000 cuts, sneak attack, swift death, arsenal, and putting 2 more in follow-up. Even if I put 2 more in follow-up, that still means I have to put 2 in 1,000 cuts. Meanwhile, you could just run a different setup, like take Blood of the Fallen, which is a good capstone. You could take Play the Angles if using a traditional gun, which is a good capstone, etc., etc. Throwable hole, the puddle's doing spell, the explosion's doing gun. Backwards, Lacosius. The puddle is gun, the explosion is spell. Thought Trick Mirror and Barbalo did spell damage. Trick Mirror does. I think Gearbox will make Double Knot be only casting spells like how they changed Blast Chill. No. There's no way of doing that I can think of either.
Listen.
Trick Mirror and Glass Cannon aren't the best combo. It depends on if you have stuff to support. Like, if you have, say, something reloading very frequently, then Mage Armor could still justify that. If you have a Vampire Hilt, that can justify it. If you have a Harbinger Amulet, that can justify it. Clawbringer's Indomitable skill could justify it. But at the end of the day, it is losing an entire survivability mechanic in exchange for just a little more spell damage. I don't love it. I deal more damage to Play the Angles. So Play the Angles is in part based off of the damage you did. So doing more with the initial hit will boost Play the Angles. But also, it's ability damage. So having at least a little bit of ability damage somewhere. If you didn't take Affinity in your skill tree, I would recommend taking that, because it will just boost Play the Angles. Also, any bonuses that can be double dipped, meaning things that apply to everything. Stuff like the all damage stat, stuff like elemental stuff. That will all get factored in again with Play the Angles. So it's not just adding to itself, it's multiplying. It's exponential damage increase.
Let's see how you handle it.
Real hard sometimes to figure out what special effects of guns do what. Yeah, these games are complicated. I'm only able to rattle off this information because I've spent an unreasonable amount of time diving into these things, because I have weird priorities. Forward power helps boost it. As of the patch, it should, yes. Until this patch, it was bugged, and it did not. But it should now. But that's just more reason that you don't need to boost Spore power for Play the Angles, because it was already, like, really crazy without it working on it at all. So you could use Spore power, but honestly, Spore Warden power is still arguably the weakest of all the class power stats. Because Play the Angles doesn't need it, Blizzard is still kind of dog water even with it. And most builds don't care about mushroom HP. And that's all it affects. The community thanks you for your weird priorities. I appreciate that. Is Corrupted Plate Mill still some of the best choice to play the angles and give the extra instance? Yeah, it still does that, Hellrider. Keep in mind, Corrupted Plate Mill overall is a damage down, so you need to put more damage in to get good results out of that, but yes, it's really nice when you have that good damage, you can afford to take that penalty to distribute the damage to more targets at once. Still very good. Possible to make class pets do insane amounts of damage. Not insane, but you can get them to do a good amount. Particularly the Wyvern. I do still have a build idea for Demi-Lich stuff that I want to try out. Because the Demi-Lich has that Hellish Blast skill, where it'll do a special attack every time you cast a spell. And it'll be of the element of your spell. That alone screams interesting things to me. I just need to figure out exactly what I want to do with that. Primordial Last Rites in the Vendor, 36 mil, go well with my Frostwild there. I think that's worth the price. I think that's worth it. Mushroom super squishy at C50 and I'm gonna invest in Spore Power. Yeah, probably takes a lot to get the Mushroom to survive long nowadays, would be my guess. I'm having a little trouble beating through this phase in one go because this melee weapon is only volatile. I don't have a Primordial Fire Banshee yet, which is one of the reasons I'm hitting Melee Bunny today. Started the game a few days ago. Welcome in. Yeah, we don't have any items gated on Chaos level, thankfully. It's not like BL2 where there's some pearls gated by OP levels. It's not like BL3 where there's some items gated by Mayhem level. No, none of that. Difficulty is entirely elective in this game. You will not miss out on any content or items playing on the difficulty you're most comfortable on. How that harpoon end up in the drink? He'll still throw them at you when you're out there. Game experience is so different because the number of hours played. You only have volatile. OMG have volatile. Well, I'm saying only a volatile because I'm on Chaos 50, where volatile is the third highest tier of what's available. I never balance my builds or my gameplay expectations around the highest tier. I always go around the second one. So Primordial is like the baseline for me at C50. Drill, are you gonna fucking move? I guess not. I didn't want to burn my action skill, but... Dick. This is normal? Yeah, that was weird. Yes, I do have an Ascended Pan. It's a meme. Yes. Kinda satisfying on a hit. Oh, it's a good meme. The pan's sick. Just, it doesn't have the coverage of the Banshee. Primordial Rubies. I'll take it. No hilt mod, no chaos tier, no element. Wow, that is the worst Banshee I've ever seen. Look at that. That is so sad. That's so sad. What's the cap for Consec Melee? 5 times. The most basic Banshee, yeah. I picked it up for memes. Hi, Kevin. You okay? Would you like an egg in this trying time? Ascended Encapsulator. That's tempting, actually. It's 11 mil, though. Fuck it. We've been grinding money. That's only half the money we've raised so far today. So I'm all good. Look at this Banshee. Every time I do, I ban that she. I shouldn't have laughed at that, but it was funny. Banshee's an example of parts being super important. Yeah. Yeah, this logical fallacy that getting the drop is getting the drop. Nope. Consec Melee, a few questions about this. What's the reset condition? How long does each stack last? 5 seconds. No reset condition, and it only applies to your melee swings. It applies to all melee damage? Okay, it's only stacked by your swings. Well, that's cool. Thanks, son. That's 2k by max, because you're only allowed to do that. I'm not allowed to change that. There's no way of me upping that cap. I would have, but I can't. I can swing once, shoot a couple shots, still with the bonus? Yes. Cool. Yeah. I'm really hoping for some good Banshees here. If it was on cap, I would have the challenge done on day 1 or 2. I would have set a higher cap, but there still would have been a cap. Maybe we do some soul farming next, chat. We've made some good money so far. I've really been holding out hope for a good melee weapon upgrade, but as you can see, the bunnies are not being kind to me today. Streamer luck only goes so far. Morning, Tender. How you doing? Do I have backpack space? I have enough. Let's do some soul farming. Some days the game only supports other builds you aren't playing. True.
And don't mind the mirrors near me. I was talking to you.
Huh, I forgot this item exists. So this is the quest reward version of the Storm Surge. Storm Surge upgrades this. But, like, it also has the bug. 30 million for this. That's so... I can't think of a reason for this item to exist other than bloating your vending machine pool. Theory, it's better to raise your chaos level before doing the mirror. Depends. Depends. Souls are not connected to, chaos tier at all. And you can always just change your chaos tier right before you hit the wheel. Like, you don't need to do the mirror on the same difficulty as you hit the wheel. So you could do the mirror on C0 and then spin on C50, if you wanted to. In the interest of random drops being more relevant to me, I do run on C50 in the mirror, but I don't have to do that.
We all want to protect those we love.
I want to ask that as well, just chilling getting souls in C0. If it makes your clear speed faster, sure. But you will be getting less money, less moon orbs, less XP. Any gear that drops is less likely to be relevant to you. And if you have a terrible memory like me, you might forget to change it back before you hit the wheel. So I'd still recommend being on the highest tier that you can clear efficiently. It's not like enemies have much health in mirrors, even at C50. So it's like, eh.
Correct. And be careful. He plays the fool, but he wants you to come in because no soul has ever gotten out.
Now this is a battle! I ride. Back in business.
Theodore's a cool boss? Yeah.
Please come into the prison built to trap souls inside. We could always use more.
Trying to decide what class to build next, keep catching myself, wanting to pair them all with Clawbringer. Why not? I've been finding myself playing so much Stabomancer lately. Like, most of the builds that I've really found myself hooked on have involved Stabo in some way.
You'll need to break each one to reveal his door. If you're wondering how he ever gets out of this place, I'll tell you.
I had another thought for efficiently farming this. You could run Frost Shiver with Berserker Capstone and just park a Ghost Blade, like, right here. Every kill is going to give you back 20% of your duration, and you're going to get a lot of kills. So you could just sit there with Ghost Blade on forever, farming that way. Just an errant thought I had. Can't quit that Contagion. Contagions fun, Alchemical Agent's fun, Ghost Blade's fun. There's just a lot of individual things I like in Stabomancer tree. Which is how you know I'm not just hating on the class when I point out the fact that the skill tree is kind of awful on the left side. I still like it, it's just, you're very limited in the skills in the tree that are valuable. But the interactions you can do with those skills, that's pretty vast. Yeah, this isn't going to be nearly as fast as farming this on my dead shot, but it doesn't need to be.
Now that's more like it. There's more where that came from.
Savagery just did leg day. Good analogy. Good analogy. Under your Clawstalker build, got a Warcaster armor recently and want to make a Paladin themed Executioner. That sounds fun. Did a whole featured run before realizing my money pickup is bugged. Got like 50k at 250. I've heard of this bug. I've never experienced it myself, but I've seen other people report that. I don't know if fix or anything, or try save quitting. I don't know. This bug. Occasionally, money pickups will not be what they should be. I noticed this like very early in the game. People were like, "Hey, this pickaxe is giving me 1 gold per hit?" Question mark. That. Too low with my hammer circuit to respect to a different class combo on that character. Understandable. Oh, it's just the pickaxe being the pickaxe? Yeah, you're supposed to get more than that. It's the global gold pickup thing. Because I've seen people report not getting much money from mimics as well. And that's not supposed to happen, because you get literally millions from a single room of mimics. So I'm not going to do a 1 hour farm like I did on the Deadshot, especially because this build's much less efficient at it. But I do want to get enough souls to hit for a couple melee weapons, hopefully. I do want a good Greed Warden.
Time for a spell.
For science. Hey, Mr. Adblock, how you doing? Deadshot's still the most busted class combo. We went over this. Like, you were here, too. That is still situational. It is the most common, it is the simplest, but, like, there's multiple situations where Trap Scallion and Chillmonger can both out-DPS a Deadshot depending on your choice of item and your choice of target. It's not that simple. Deadshot is very straightforward and has very good survivability, but Trap Scallion, for example, can turn on from the shadows to get guaranteed critting double knots.
I can't do it. My spell is ready.
Chillmonger just has access to more areas of the damage formula than Deadshot does. Save putting doesn't fix the money bug rebooting my game. Yeah, keep me posted on that one. It's very weird. So for anyone who is unaware of what I'm doing right now, this is a pretty good soul farm inside DLC 3. Enemies infinitely respawn here, and all the big ones drop souls. So you can just kind of hang out here, get a lot of loot, get a lot of XP, decent amount of money, but the main thing is a lot of souls. We did an hour of farming this on stream with my dead shot, going at like a pretty comfortable pace, but just an hour uninterrupted. Had a timer up on screen and everything, and I made 2,600 plus souls in 1 hour. So it's very efficient. Remember, the wheel is only 25 to spin, so we got a lot of wheel spins out of that. I don't plan on doing all that right now, but I wanted a few wheel spins. Okay, that's enough. Now let's hit the wheel. Put on a Brad look, because why not? Rather than farm blood shards, it takes you 30 minutes, you blow through 10k in 30 seconds and get one legendary. Amazing. Need more coffee? Yeah. Always need more coffee. Ow, Bradluck. Wait, Bradluck Amnesia actually fucks me up. Holy shit. I didn't think about that. What kind of game is this? It's a looter shooter. If you like a dungeon crawling experience with different builds, lots of different wacky items, that has a lot of personality, a lot of thematic inspiration from like Dungeons and Dragons type stuff, it's a good game to try out. You got guns, you got melee weapons, you got spells, you got lots of cool character abilities. Kind of like hero shooter type vibes. Character looks fucking sick though. Glad you like its side effect. I spent entirely too long on it. Primordial blank slate. That's funny. Rebooting the game, fix it? Okay, full restart for that. That's interesting. Any microtransactions? No. No microtransactions. In fact, the CEO of Gearbox, like the developer of this game, it hilariously dunks on microtransactions all the time. Like, he personally fucking hates them. So I'd say there's a 0% chance we get microtransactions in any of these games. Neat little safe spot from that in the gaming space.
That'll turn heads, or cut them off. Either way, useful.
Fall all ye before me, beneath the sparkle of my war jewels.
Beauty hurts.
Not having fantastic luck on the wheel right now. That's not bad though. Terrifies me how much they could monetize in this game. I'm so thankful they don't. Yeah, they genuinely just don't have an interest in it, and you love to see it. A little bit of artistic integrity goes a long way.
Dream. The broad strokes are the same, but the details are unimaginably different.
Do souls get boosted by chaos? No. But as I went over right before I started farming, I'd still recommend farming on the highest chaos level you can, so that the gear that drops is relevant to you, so that you get decent money, decent XP, decent moon orbs.
Have a nice melee.
A bludgeon of righteousness to deliver peace to the masses.
Deliverer, philosopher, shepherd of
How you
lost
doing, Scoops?
souls. You do it all. I see that spell serving you well.
Should this spell not be valued?
Okay, not a great haul there. But, we did get a new cosmetic. 2 new cosmetics. So I'll still consider it a win. Very short time investment. Worth the try.
Right eye.
Let's do some more chamber. Just horrifying your mods, don't mind me. Carry on, carry on. Didn't know you get to keep the souls when quitting the mirrors. Yeah, you don't have to go to the boss. Even though, like, I like Theodore as a boss, it's just much more efficient to do that farm. It takes about a minute inside the mirror to get to the farm, and you can just do as much as you want and save quit. You're good. Let's do one more feature, and then I'll mess around with another build. Let's see how fast I can go this time.
Come and see, villains, how your warrior lies.
Gotta pick up the money, though. What about the money? High chaos level with more souls? No.
Ready to crash.
A lot of money. I'll take all of that. Turns out it does, courtesy of Brackus. Chaos 0 to 22, 1, 23 to 47, 2, Chaos 48 plus 3. Oh, cool. I never would have noticed. So, there you go. Chaos 48 plus.
You will fall.
It's worth noting Chaos 49 is the highest chance of primordial gear in the game. So, honestly, if Chaos 50 is, like, too much for you, Chaos 49 is the sweet spot then. See, I learned something today, too.
This world is not for you.
Reason we didn't know that they were affected before was because at C35 we didn't cross that threshold. Good info to have. Question for you: how long difficult was your grind to C50? I did. It wasn't very difficult. I didn't have to re-gear at all. I'm talking starting from C35. I just used my existing C35 builds, and it took me about 2 hours in each of them. I've only done the climb twice, because I've gotten so fixated on actually farming at C50 on those 2 builds. But it was about 2 hours each time. I didn't have to stop to re-gear or anything. Occasionally, I'd have a boss fight where I needed to switch around what I had equipped out of what was in my bag, but, like, I didn't upgrade any gear during my climb. Just used what I had. The biggest advice I can give for chaos climbing is as long as you have a good bossing strategy that mechanically works, it will be relevant for your entire climb. Example, if your approach to certain problematic bosses is to sword explosion them, that'll work indefinitely as long as you have good kit to support that sword explosion. It's pretty agreeable. Taco Bell restaurants of license would appear to be 4-inch Cheez-Its. Huh. Enemies hitting harder is by far the most noticeable change. Right. And if you build properly, you can still tank. Like, this build before C50 was a deathless tank. I used purely ward-based tanking, and enemies hit hard enough on C50 that doesn't cut it anymore. So I've switched to tanking with both my wards and my shield. That allows me to still have health gate, which means that I have one-shot protection, which is more necessary on C50. Sometimes you'll have to adjust a little bit. On other kinds of builds, the best way of surviving is don't take the damage in the first place. Movement speed is the best defensive stat in this game. Sigils are really, really good. If there's a boss attack that you can do a certain movement pattern to avoid, then doing that is worth your time. Managed to solve the Outrider soft block. Ooh, how'd you get that fixed, Chris? Deathless is dead? I didn't say that at all. Remember the thing we were talking about yesterday of people putting words in content creators' mouth because they didn't listen to the context behind what they said? Yeah, you're doing that right now. I didn't say Deathless is dead. I said I switched. It is a whole different sentence. Ascended Master Rune. Sure. Rolled back a story point, redid it. 2 trucks aren't there now? Okay, I'll have to do that. Thank you, Chris. I want to note that Salt and Battery makes Frozen Vengeance trivial. Oh, that's cool. Listening to scales at those levels? I'm not sure what you mean right now. Could you elaborate? Switch to Sabo S'more because of the shroom. Mushroom butt is a compelling reason.
It's a good day.
Oh, is this the same build you did at the Slump with started Dreadwind and from the Shadows? Yeah. Primordial Envy. Sure. It's weird seeing 4 switches in this room. It is weird. Just discussing, caught the end. Enemy damage goes up with chaos levels. That's what we were discussing. So maybe it was that you're hearing. Hoping it was souls. That too. Souls at Chaos 48 plus, you get 3 per instead of 2 for the next bracket, and then the lowest bracket is 1 per. So, yeah, you did hear that correctly. Should have been paying attention there. Alright, do you believe one day we'll have Chaos 69? If you believe in your heart. I believe, Don. I didn't mean to get hit by that fire. I made that awkward. That'll be fine. Maybe. Got a little too aggressive. Paid the price. A little too aggressive. Oh well. Do I lose money for this? I hope I don't lose money. That would suck. This is why you still have to pay attention. C50, even when you got a good build, you stop paying attention, sometimes you pay the price. Especially when you're playing very aggressively, as I do. I got stuck on his arm! Ah! Oh, I was close that time. That's so... You guys saw me trying to jump, right? Yeah. Lesson learned. I'll actually wait for him to get closer. Because if you go down there, then you don't have enough time, and then the ads don't spawn, and ugh. Sometimes you gotta go slower to go faster. Man, I guess I have to do another run after this, because I was trying to go fast on this one, but this is like actually dying to drill. Yikes. That's probably crazy. What if every class had 3 skill trees? One geared towards damage types, a magic tree, melee tree, and ability tree. What would be the point of different classes then if all classes can do everything? Like, we already have that with the multi-classes. You are the same character, but you choose between 6 specializations and you mix 2. Chaos, it would be a lot of development resources to undercut the point of the game. I don't really see the appeal. Doesn't mean they should do it. Okay, so like in this hypothetical, what if the game would be worse? If you want an answer. If the game would be worse. What'd you say is the least damaging ability type in this game? Guns, melee spells, ability damage. Ability damage for sure, because you have Spore Fuse, and everything else that deals ability is like... Spore Fuse play the angles. Dreadwind is overshadowed and impractical. No, even Spore Fuse is practical. Most things that are damage source ability just aren't very strong in this game. Not companion damage. Companion damage applies to a bunch of bullshit, J-Bridge, so... You know, companion damage, pixies. But like, How's this game in comparison to Borderlands 3? If you like the build crafting of BO3, you will like this game. If you like having endgame content to replay and fine-tune your builds around, and farming for gear within that endgame content, you'll like this game. This is the first Lands game to have randomization in its endgame. The Chaos Chamber has several different modes of it you can do. Currently I'm doing the weekly rotating fixed run, but there's a randomizer. So there's a lot of variety to what you can actually do within the endgame, despite people saying otherwise because they don't understand that, you know, an endgame activity that has one variation is less than an endgame activity that has 70 plus variations. I believe we're actually higher than 70. 70 was as of DLC 2. So we got a boss and 4 more rooms. So yeah, we're at 75 plus variations of the Chaos Chamber. Ascended Rain of Arrows in the vendor. It finally happened, but I can't afford it because I bought that in Craftsulator. Oh no. But look at that damage. That's so crazy. That's insane. Farm Souls didn't know this is secretly a Nightmare of Soul Calibur. Hey Ken, how you doing? But to answer the question again, Kitsu, I have over 6,300 hours in Borderlands 3. I have over 1,100 hours in this game. This game's only been out for 3 months. I could sell that. Sell that. We're desperately selling stuff. We're not gonna make up the gap, but copium. Stupid Encapsulator. I don't really need that either. I don't need the bad Banshee. I sell my current character for that, right? Debating whether to get it now since it's on sale. I'm having a great time with the game. I do recommend it. It's already gone? Ah, yeah, you're right. It is already gone. Good shout. Oh well, I sold some trash anyway. So, I've seen an Ascended in vendor now. Ascended guns are 90 mil. Definitely grind out that money. I didn't think I'd need that much. I thought it'd be a bit less. And shotguns cost less than armor, sniper rifles, and launchers, I believe. And I think quest rewards cost even more? Maybe? So, yeah, like, you're gonna want to have a lot of money if you're running around on C50. Probably gonna want to be sitting around, like, minimum to be comfy. Probably, like, 130 mil. So you've got about 24 hours, 24 and a half hours left of this featured run. And you can get about 5 mil per run, not including the boss or the loot room. Probably get more if you were doing a melee build with a pickaxe, honestly. Like, max optimization, you know? Primordial Lacerates I saw last week was only 6 mil. So, Ascended won't be that crazy. I know Tooth Raider is crazy expensive. Tooth Raider was like 40 mil or something at Primordial. Goblin Pickaxe Minecraft build, something like that. Ascended Fatebreaker. Why is it never on the melee weapons I want? Like, if I was gonna use a Fatebreaker, this would probably be the one. It's got Ancient. It rolled a good element. But, like, it's a Fate Breaker. What do I do with this? Guess I'll keep it and hope for a buff. It's a 1.94 Twin Soul, but it's volatile. Eh. Volatile Salt and Battery, but non-elemental. I have yet to get a Primordial Salt and Battery that's elemental with a hilt mod that wasn't amp. It looks so cool, but it's so bad. Clearly you break fate with it. I can't argue with that. Ascended White Ring? Nice. That's a lot of crit damage. One passive and Ascended, 24.7 melee crit damage. Ugh. That can triple roll. You could get 3 of those on a purple or a legendary. Some legendaries. I'm running to the bathroom real quick, chat, before we farm more money. BRB. Okay, I'm back. What is Ascended? Ascended is the highest Chaos tier of gear in this game. So when you're in Chaos mode, depending on your Chaos tier, you'll have higher sub-rarities available. Sub-rarity isn't quite the right term, but Ascended is basically equal to 8 more character levels of stats. So it's a level 40 Ascended, basically it's a level 48 item. Primordial is 6, Volatile is 4, Chaotic is 2.
Good lad.
Back to Deathless. The thing with that is, enemies do enough damage, some enemies I should say, that Fate Breaker regenning wouldn't stop me from being one-shot. It would help me sustain pretty well though, against other things.
Let the magic begin!
Thanks, Titos. Very welcome. I get the most damage out of Judgment and Storm Smite. Probably equip one of the melee weapons that has a passive benefit for your melee, so that'd be either Greed Warden, Goblin's Bane, Spellblade, Diamond Guard Sword. That was a fast room. Storm Smite is really good at triggering both halves of Awe, so you'd have pretty good uptime on Awe with that setup. Building into that would be nice. Who's hitting me? Does Goblin's Bane work with a throw? Yes. All melee damage. Boniface plus Fatebreaker, all the regen, none of the damage. Accurate. That's some knockback. I didn't jump down, they just threw me.
I can do this all day.
I don't need Goblin's Bane. It's worth noting that Goblin's Bane only, like, you're not gonna get much out of it, because it's that health threshold gated. So I would still lean to one of the other ones, personally. I'd probably go Spellblade. Hey Wiz, how's the grind? Grind goes well. Although, just a few minutes ago, we were unable to buy an Ascended Rain of Arrows from the vendor, because it cost 90 mil, and we only had 80. So we need more money. We just need more. Other than that, we're doing well. Just chilling on Chaos 50 with my melee build, farming some money from the featured before it goes. It's good vibes. Or a Fire Banshee with Echo. Echo with the Banshee is weird. When the Livewire was gun damage, Echo was cool for that. But once that changed, eh. Imagine Mimics could grab you and eat you. They're very creepy looking. It's expensive, especially for this game. Yeah, they really wanted to avoid, it seems, in this game, the issue with BL3, where getting money was easy and we had nothing to do with it. There's plenty of money sinks in this game. You got a large amount of SDUs. Who knows, we might even get more in the future. You never know. And vendor stuff is, like, very expensive. Also, vendors are one of the best ways of getting quest reward items. So, money as a currency matters in this game, which I like. Hey, I found I got a Primordial Liquid Cooling, but it's ×1. I never got the Primordial ×2. Holding out hope for an Ascended ×2 at some point. Actual money economy? Yeah. Best XP farm right now? For what level? And what level of gear do you have? If you have gear, a lot of people like farming Lechancers on boss. If you can kill a boss quickly, that's a relevant way of doing it. I personally am going to advocate for doing your overworld stuff if you haven't. So like finishing out all your shrines and your collectibles and all that, because you get those permanent character buffs. And that'll take you some time, but it'll be long-term good for you. And then, if you're still not fully leveled after that, doing the DLCs. Because you can do some soul farming at lower levels, and that'll still be relevant to you later on. So it's all about using your time wisely for the long term, in my opinion, when it comes to leveling. I'm losing out using that Fire Banshee in my Hammer Berserker. No, you're not necessarily losing out. I just think that Echo isn't hugely impactful on a Banshee in general. You having a Fire Banshee, even if, like, especially if it's well rolled, is still just good. Like, it's good, just I'm being a perfectionist. It's like if I got an Ascended Banshee of an element I wanted, and it was Rampage Hill, I'd still complain about it, because I'm a min-maxer at heart. But it'd still be good, if that makes sense. Petty Tantrum sounds fun. Yeah, it does. I'd like to try that out myself. Haven't gotten a good one though.
My spell is ready.
Echo doesn't really care what level chaos tier, etc. that it's on, but it does care what kind of damage you do. And if you're swinging a Banshee, the overwhelming majority of your damage is very likely to be melee damage, aka the only kind that does not feed into Echo. Because it's fire for awe and 2 large damage number, don't have a ton of good melee weapons. Yeah, it's still good. It's still good. I don't think you're making a wrong decision by using it. Just me being a perfectionist. And it's worth noting that, like, my Fire Banshee is probably worse than yours. I just use it because vampire and fire. Like, I could have a higher damage roll, I could have a higher chaos tier, I could have a better enchantment. It's just what I've got. Average body spray. I still want to make a body spray build. It's an item. Don't be weird. You're really farming this game? Yes. Yes, you can. Same steps as Borderlands 3. So, whatever console device you play on, same exact steps as Borderlands 3. Okay, a little over 11 minutes. We made about 5 mil, 5.5-ish. Yeah, it's definitely most efficient if you're doing this, too. If you can't, like, insta-phase the boss in each of his, and I think maybe even if you can, just do the non-boss rooms and then repeat if you don't care about this loot here. If you want the crystals for hitting the bunnies, then obviously do those as well. But if you were to go for just money, it's probably best to do like the first few rooms, maybe up to the obelisk, not including the obelisk. Although, if you didn't kill Ribula, could you just keep killing mimics in the obelisk room? Probably. Either way, not the boss. if you're going for peak money farm, but I'm doing multiple things at once. Someone's got a shit car. You can hear it backfiring all the way down the road. Ugh. Gun build definitely struggles with these mimics. Yeah, I would highly recommend having some sort of greatsword set up, because you can hit a lot of mimics at once with it. And it also knocks them around, which can help keep them off of you. Mimics do a fair amount of damage. Where's most of your damage coming from? I'm using a lot of damage formula to feed into my melee, and then any crits from that melee apply really powerful dots, which then spread. So I've got this Wailing Banshee, which has pretty high base damage for a melee weapon. And I'm applying crossbolts from the Scalawag, which is a really big damage multiplier. A lot of melee builds that feel like they lack damage, the melee crossbolts are the thing you're missing out on. They are a unique multiplier within the formula, so like they're fully multiplicative with everything else. Melee crossbolts are really good. Do you want to apply those? I'm holding a bladed weapon as well. Against bosses, I'm applying Soaked. I'm using From the Shadows to make everything crit, including the dots. I have a Barbaload, since I'm applying crossbolts already. Barbaload makes it so I can basically distribute my damage across an area a little bit easier. I have Inflammation, which is triggering my Executioner's Blade as I run around, so it's even more melee hits. It's like indirectly giving me more attacks per second, because the status effect from Inflammation is a spell. Meaning, if that status effect crits, it has a chance to trigger this, and getting an Executioner's Blade every couple seconds as I'm swinging my slow melee weapon is like if my weapon swung a lot faster. And it triggers all the melee stuff I have going on except for Vampire. Got a couple good Primordial Scalawags, thought I was set and realized they were damage crossbolts, not melee ones. Yeah, melee crossbolts are the important bit. If you're looking for a good melee crossbow weapon to get your foot in the door, Tootherator. Tootherator. Completely fixed parts, quest reward, you can just go do the quest, the damage of it doesn't matter. It applies 9 crossbolts that have 5% and last 8 seconds. So shooting an enemy once with this is a massive damage increase, even just once. For any melee damage. This includes your melee hit, this includes your Executioner's Blade, your Stab-O-Matic, your Live Wire, your Ghost Blade, your Dreadwind, your Snake Stick Hydras, anything that deals melee damage will benefit. Does Barbaload proc from having only one enemy? Kept hearing when you did bosses, possibly bounce around a boss, multiple hitboxes. I don't know if it's able to do that hitbox thing, but it'll trigger even if there's only the boss there. Ascended Pan. Ascended Fire Pan with Archmage. I'll take it. But yeah, in terms of a single target situation, Barbaload's doing nothing for my damage. It is there as mobbing support. Looking at the Banshee, not the Mage Staff. Stop it. Low roll. Non-elemental. New spell roll with melee crossbolts? That I don't know. I do not have the answer to that. The pan has ascended. All shall fear its power. Praise the pan. True and real. Other upgrades I want for this build. I really do want better, like, rings. The duration is nice here from the shadows, but, like, I could have significant upgrades here, especially now that Primordial is relatively easy to get. Don't quite know what exactly I want. Just take what I can get. This armor is really good, though. That's a long-term upgrade. If not indefinite. Yeah, I guess the biggest thing I could upgrade here is melee weapons. I'll keep hitting what I'm hitting.
Come on, have some.
I love the amnesia. It's so nice.
You go on ahead.
I love that it's interactive. It rewards investment. It has risk and reward. It's everything I want in an item.
This world is not
Is this
for
health
you.
bug? This is health bug. New cult sprouting up. There's one every couple builds. What happened there? Occasionally the game will fail to load Chaos HP on enemies. So that's why my Scalawag was killing those mimics so well, because those were Chaos 0 HP against my Chaos 50 build. There's no fix for it other than save quitting, and it seems to be completely random. Hey Stone Swan, how you doing? If you like moving around, try Amnesia. If you like standing still, try Diamond Gauntlets. Something for everyone. You don't need to move for Amnesia, Irish. Amnesia checks your movement speed stat. It doesn't care how fast you're moving. So, example, I could stand still. I'm standing completely still. I'm getting the Amnesia bonus. It just checks the stat. So, even for standing still, Amnesia is good. It's just good. Is that what happens? I noticed in my Chaos Climb yesterday, every few runs should be destroying everything. Yeah. 'Tis an inconsistent bug that does happen. Bit annoying. Especially just be aware of it when you're making a build, because sometimes it can make you think that you really are prepared, and then on the very next run you're like, okay, where'd my damage go? How does one kill a baby mimic? Melee damage. Immune. Dead. So, for this featured, melee builds have a very big advantage. Got power back after having it out since about 9 last night. Oh, I'm sorry, Manicky. Glad it's back, though. Good to see you. It's awesome to watch. Dudes around 35 doing a 50 would be amazing. If you've got the time, you got about 24 hours before this featured goes away. It took me about 2 hours to do a Chaos Plunge for this build. So, if you got the time, you can grind it out and still benefit before it goes. Oops. Bad at movement. If you don't have melee damage, run around until you find a non-immune. Yeah. accidentally killed Ribula. Wasn't trying to, but Contagion got him. Hey Rohit, how you doing? Good to see you. Still unfinished Umbrella Academy, got another 3 episodes done last night. Let's go, Dex. Progress, progress. I think I spread it out over 3 sessions as well. Yeah.
The straight way.
How's the new season? I try not to give impressions on things when they're super new, because, like, some people consider that a spoiler too. But I do not regret watching it, I suppose is the most neutral thing I can say. It was worth my time. Got 2 for your fealty oaths in 1 run last night, 1 volatile, 1 chaotic. Yeah, I got 2 from 1 wheel session yesterday, Manic Geek, and one of them had the double gun damage roll and one of them didn't. So like 1 non-chaotic fealty oath is just better than most of my rings, period, and then the other one is just awful. They're not even different chaos tiers. It's crazy. Both of mine had the double roll. Nice. It's unaware until yesterday you can get gun damage on amulets. It is only Universal Soldier, Shay. That is the only one. It rolls gun damage instead of getting element. It's a funny armor.
Ha! You fell for it.
Why do you and Lazy put the word intense in your title? Just curious. It's a difficulty. You go to options, gameplay, difficulty, intense. There's 3. There's intense, balanced, and relaxed. Intense is the hardest one. So it's to help indicate that we're playing on the hardest difficulty. I didn't pick that up. Hit Chaos 50 last night. It was a breeze after Laster. Let's go, Cheeky. Congrats. Love to hear it. Yeah, once you get down a couple of the boss mechanics in this game, you can just breeze through. It's like riding a bike. Should I set my difficulty to easy for the chaos time? That is up to you. If you prefer that gameplay experience, sure. Completely elective. Get more rewards for intense? Just money and moon orbs. But mostly I just do it for my enjoyment. difficulty across all characters? I don't know. I only play on intense, so I don't actually know. But you can change it in your menu at any time. It tells you when it updates. So like, decreases in difficulty, apply immediately. Increases, apply after the next map load. So if you're having trouble like in a fight and you're on intense or balanced, you can always drop to relaxed and it'll immediately take effect. A little back and forth yesterday is the Grave Stabber build you can showcase for a run, been struggling with that and some pointers. I don't have one prepared at C50 yet, in my current Grave Stabber build. That one that Pragmatic just pulled up, I need to reassess it because of the changes to Contagion. So I don't currently have one prepared. Starts taking big damage before he even starts swinging. Executioner's Blade. That build is outdated, Rohit and Pragmatic. That was before the Contagion changes. I do not know if that build still holds up after Contagion changes. I've not tested, but I would deem it unlikely because of the nature of how that particular build works. This kind of Contagion build still does very well, but it's an entirely different approach. You do build videos or tip videos on YouTube? I am too low effort when it comes to my non-live content, Blizzard. I'm more of a live content guy, but I will always answer questions. Feel free to ask. If you want me to go over the build I'm playing at all, I'm always open to doing that. I just find it hard to budget the energy to do YouTube stuff. Massive respect to people who have the energy to do both streaming and YouTube. I don't. And I stream 6 days a week, so... All the VODs on YouTube. Yeah, there is a stream archive channel and my main YouTube. I haven't used my main YouTube channel since before Wonderlands came out. But the archive channel, upload every VOD. Hey, Blizzard, thanks for the tier 1. I appreciate it. It's been nice having you. Welcome, welcome. Hope you enjoy all the perks. Emotes, ad reviewing, sub badge, faster channel point acquisition, and my undying gratitude. Tried out on like C7, still working there. Yeah, boss we're in instant melting, also only C7. Yeah, I'll have to test it. Garlic breath climb tomorrow? Maybe, Al. Maybe. We'll have to see, because I am going to want to do this featured as much as possible before it goes, and tomorrow we're getting week 2 of Theodore, so that'll probably take up a lot of my time. I think I missed a chat message, hang on. It's really like they aren't locking items behind difficulty settings. Yeah, big agree, big agree. Difficulty in this game is 100% elective. Any of us free to join your Discord? Absolutely, absolutely. Open to all. It's a community Discord. You guys are, you know, my community, so feel free to join. There's a bunch of good resources in there. Every once in a while you'll see me pull up like a graph or something. All that stuff that I use, it's in the resources channel. So if you want to see the damage formula, the elemental resistance matchup, what each Chaos Chamber portal does, enemy health values, lots of useful information for parsing the game. Yeah, just feel free. What is Discord? It's, how do you describe Discord? I don't know how to describe Discord, but it's like a community thing where there's lots of text channels. It also functions as voice channels as well. It's like a gamer chat room. Yeah. Out of tamales. Thank you for taking care of Shay. I appreciate it. Gamer WhatsApp? I guess, yeah. Kind of like Skype, yeah. I'm bad at describing services like that, so I've never quite had the words for that one. Oh, side question. What's the highest crit you guys have seen on Spellblades? For my own curiosity, I've been told someone saw 16%. I've never seen higher than 11, but like, anyone know? It's for finding chords and dissing them. Social media platform for large communities used for voice chat, text chat, and video chat, as well as streaming. There you go. That's a good summary. Place to ratio. Sir. Hey, Struggle Bus. How's it going? How's it going? Well, we're money farming. We started today's stream at about 63 mil. I spent 11, and we're up to almost 90 mil. I want to get 100 mil as a comfortable place to where I could buy most Ascended Legendaries if I stumble across them on the build. So we're grinding to 100 mil and then figure out what I'm going to do after that. How? Mix? Yeah, this featured is insanely good for money. It's about 5 mil per run. And you can speed up your run time by just resetting the run without doing the boss, but I'm also hitting the bunnies at the end of the run. Huh, if I was gonna use a smart armor, that would be like one I would use. 3, exploit their weakness. I'm taking that just because of that. Smart armor sucks, but like, it's trying. Got a Primordial Crying Apple out of Vending Machine yesterday, only 4 mil figures it was worth. The thing with Crying Apple is the damage wasn't even like awe-inspiring at C20, and the damage has not gone up, but enemy health has gone way up. So it's hard to justify. I hope at some point they put scaling in place to help like ward effects that deal direct damage do something. But currently it's a bit of a yikes. Maybe hold on to it for later. It's at least thematically cool. I would very much like to use it in a build. It's just not strong enough right now. No. Can't wait for you to have to choose between 2 Ascended you really want in the loot room. Oof. That'd be rough. That'd be real rough. You play a lot of Wonderlands. When's the last time you touched grass? 2 days ago when I grilled. Yeah, that's the last time I touched grass. I didn't touch grass yesterday. Today. That's another layer I like about this build. We have so much multi-target between the Banshee, the Barbaload, and Contagion, and Inflammation, that often other enemies will die before the one we're hitting. And for gun builds, that feels weird, but for melee builds, that just feels cool. Spare a coin for your frost. Oh no, that song's in my head now. Why? Feels Amara, man. Nah. Or in this game, I suppose Forward. Play the angles is, this is a scary sentence. Play the angles is infinitely more busted than indiscriminate. That's a scary sentence. The angles is busting. The only advantage Indiscriminate has is that it, like, triggered on shots, not on crits, but it's fairly easy to get consistent crits in this game, which requires a little more investment than existing. And there's always From the Shadows. I could probably justify Frozen Vengeance here, especially because it would trigger my amnesia, but meh. Ball? Someone say ball? I think someone said ball. I'm not sure though. Did anyone say ball? And Queen's Cry, Blast Gas, and Play the Angles? Play the Angles, no. Blast Gas, yes. Queen's Cry is spell. It is not gun. It is spell. Queen's Cry and Stab-O-Matic are not guns. They shoot bullets, so they still get magic bullets, but they're not guns, so they can't play the angles. Ball check. Taser's gun damage, though. Taser's different, yes. I thought it was just meteors. Nope, it's the bullets, too. How does PTA work with Torgue stickies? The projectile spawned by Play the Angles does not inherit properties of like being sticky or having a splash radius or anything, but you can trigger Play the Angles from both the placement of a sticky and the detonation of a sticky. So for example, if you shot a ×18 body rocker directly into a crit spot, you know, every single shot crit, and you had absurd RNG and every single shot, every single projectile also triggered Play the Angles, then you could get a maximum of 36 Play the Angles triggers before those 36 then have the chance of re-triggering themselves. So you could potentially shoot an enemy, hit them 36 times, and then have 72 Play the Angles. Potentially. Can the Cannonballer PTA? Yes. Easy to the face would just be the pitiful sticky damage though, right? The explosion triggering PK would be the real damage. That's the thing. You're right that the explosions would be much more of the damage, but Play the Angles is so ridiculously cracked with its damage formula that it could even make the sticky kill on a Play the Angles. Because it is double dipping your damage bonuses, it is adding ability damage into the formula, and if that Play the Angles retriggers Play the Angles again, as it can retrigger up to once, then it becomes a triple dip. Which, if you get a double Play the Angles, whatever you're hitting, if it's not a boss, it's dead. Like, no chance it survives. It's just dead. Too much math, dead. So you could still kill with the sticky triggered Play the Angles, but it's less likely to, yes. Got an Ascended Scalantir? Huh, interesting. I've only used that spell for like a couple minutes. Death by math. If you can crit a cannonball with those physics, good luck. I mean, I guess barrel stuff from the Shadows decks, except your death. Or just from the Shadows against a big target. For the 24-hour stream, can we have a manual transmission only Chaos Push? No. Absolutely not. Flip that in my tombstone. I want to see if the big boy rocket build can make it at C50. I'm curious about that as well, Jaybridge. We got Fealty Oath as a direct upgrade for that build, because we could get Stoker Fealty Oaths, which will increase the crit damage of our launchers. There weren't launcher rings before. So, like, that's an option. I have a Primordial Stoker Fealty Oath. I'm pretty sure. What else has changed? Can Deuces be enchanted yet? Still no? I think that's still a no. Maybe do a Sweet Dreams instead. Because that can be enchanted now. Yeah, it's possible. Maybe. Pro tip, keep Hershey's Kisses or size equivalent chocolate pieces in your freezer and drop some in your coffee like ice cubes. That way, instead of watering it down, you get mocha. That sounds great, actually. That sounds great. For the first time ever, I'm actually excited for the new boss form. Every time I get Fyodor in the boss rush, I'm happy. Me too, Meteors. Fyodor is a fun boss. Just good design, creative, interactive, even visually appealing. Like, they really tick all the boxes for me. You're visually appealing? How you doing, Wooded Ranger? Damage radius is interesting on Frozen Orb, but I think I'm going to be very picky about which ones I pick up. Because they do need a lot of support, mechanically. Fyodor reminds me of the new Ration Clank game. I'm not familiar. Hey, Gamer Garden. How you doing? Quag Gun. Still hitting that melee bunny. We put most of our stuff into the melee bunny today. Keeping fight expectations low, can only get worse, right? What if it gets better? What if it gets better? Like, I'm optimistic. I see them make a boss that's actually well fleshed out and fully realized and good game design in an engaging piece of content, and I'm like, hey, good job. You know, they're just gonna make it fly? Maybe they don't. They definitely did a bunch of different stuff with Theodore. And DLC 3 as a whole, so I'm optimistic. It's not like it's a Mel, though, where, like, active suffering immediately. It's more likely the bullet hell gets more hellish. I want that. I want that. There's no Wonderlands build, Doc, Wounded Ranger. If you're looking for the BL3 one, it's exclamation point builds. There's no build doc for Wonderlands yet, and there won't be anytime soon because the game is changing too frequently. And keep in mind that the BL3 build docs did not enter the form they're most known for until 9 months after the release of the game, where it had stabilized a lot. Ooh, Primordial Banshee. But it's Rampage non-elemental. That's so sad. I guess I'll take it anyway, but gross. BL3 stabilized? In terms of how frequently balance was changing. I don't mean game stability as in whether it crashed or not, but balancing. Wonderlands, every week we're getting some major change to how builds function, pretty much. Like, with this this last patch, Contagion was functionally altered, and Contagion builds are a very popular area of gameplay, so a lot of people had to completely rework builds because of it. So if there had been a doc and there had been a Contagion build in there, that would have had to go through like a full audit and potentially be scrapped. So not worth it until it slows down. Hey, soccer chick, how you doing? Franklin might have had more crashes in 3 months of Wonderlands than I have in a year and a half. Cyberpunk. I think Cyberpunk's only ever crashed once for me. I've only crashed like 5 times in Wonderlands, though. And let me compare my hours in those two games, actually. Yeah, Cyberpunk, I have 1/4 the playtime of this. I have 12 days and 5 hours in Cyberpunk. And I have 45 days and 6 hours in Wonderlands. So, it's proportionally about the same. Was followed up the Contagion change. Basically, builds that were using it to infinitely loop Contagion procs to get damage. Think of Minesweeper chains in BL3, that logic. Those builds were affected, but builds like this, where I just have the damage already, still love Contagion. Like, it's still one of the most important skills on this build in particular, because it helps me distribute my existing damage. But it doesn't let you turn a 1 damage dot into, like, an infinite damage dot anymore. So all the builds that threw a bunch of small dots at the wall and hoped for a good RNG chain, those are out now. But dot builds that have like actually good damage still sitting pretty. And if you intend to go down further than tier 4 in Stabomancer tree, Contagion is effectively mandatory. Like, if you want Alchemical Agent, you're taking it, because they synergize anyway, and also it's good, and there's bad skills. If you're taking Executioner's Blade, again, you're probably taking Alchemical Agent, which synergizes, so you want Contagion, and even if it didn't, Contagion is better than Swift Death, Arsenal, Follow-Up, Sneak Attack, and Thousand Cuts. So, like, you still take it. It doesn't change how you build Stabomancer at all. at least skill tree wise. Skill still works, just doesn't dip it as many things. It just doesn't re-trigger itself, as Jaybridge said. So before, Contagion could trigger Contagion, and that would lead to, if you had enough status effect damage, and like a recurring loop of each time Contagion triggered, you would get more and more damage, leading to you being able to do theoretically infinite damage with good enough RNG. That's no longer possible. Contagion will trigger once for unique dodge to apply. Once. Maximum. It now serves to spread your damage rather than creating your damage. Which is, I think, healthier. I don't think, it was a priority to address, but I think the skill now working as it reads is a net gain. Miss EchoCast? Me too. Me too. Such a cool feature. It was. But game health is also important. I like World Slayer. I haven't gotten much time to play. A lot of server issues yesterday. But what I have been able to play has been great. I do plan on playing more. This Saturday will be another Outrider stream. I also will be giving away a copy of the game with World Slayer on Saturday. Thanks to Square Enix for that. But yeah, I enjoy it. I just haven't gotten much hands-on time yet. Because, unfortunately, servers. I'm hoping that's ironed out by the weekend as well. Also couldn't even keep it updated with changes in BL3. Ah, you were talking about EchoCast there, Jaybridge. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, by the end of BL3's main update cycle, EchoCast literally lost the ability to recognize 1/3 of the downloadable content in the game. So, like, it's definitely tough to keep up with on their end, based on that. Honestly, Daddy drops from DLC bosses should be upwards of 50% rate. It takes time investment to get to them. I agree. I think they should vomit a pile of their dedicated loot, because there's currently no reason to even do it other than fun or one time to unlock the gear for the wheel. And in terms of the fourth form for bunnies. But there's no reason to do them more than once unless you happen to get them in the Chaos Chamber, which is different. But I'll like a featured boss? I agree. Be tempted to say guaranteed at max level? I think so too. I think Rune had the idea of it should be one dedicated drop plus whichever form. So on form 1, it's 2. On form 2, it's 3. On form 3, it's 4. And on form 4, it's 5 guaranteed dedicated. I don't think that's unreasonable at all, considering the pool in Form 4 is like 9 items or something, and we know part variants, chaos tiers, etc. It would also have to give that much to be more efficient than just farming souls. Your game somewhere show how much your chaos level boosts your loot luck. You can see your total loot luck here, Mooted Ranger. If you go to your skill tree, you click hero stats, it shows your loot luck. 50,058 is what you have on Chaos 50 with Shrine, all dice, but no amulet or ward enchantment. There's an enchant on ward that's 25%, and then you can get loot luck passives up to 2 on an amulet to boost it further. But I have the maximum that you'll have in normal gameplay without gearing for it. Features make me good at clear and drill. That's why I voted for drill for the featured. Because people having to expose themselves to a boss, and eventually they're going to decide to learn the mechanics to make it easier, and that's going to make us as a community better equipped to deal with various things, which gives Gearbox more tools in their toolbox for balancing future things. Like, if people can't handle a basic boss, then that limits what they're willing to put in the game. We would never have gotten Wonderland's boss design without Guardian Takedown. Don't forget that. We never would have gotten this objectively better framework for how bosses interact with the player without Guardian Takedown. So, people gotta, at some point, just decide to learn.
It's your funeral.
Myth rank as well in that. Yes, Roddy. Fortifying Sigil is my solution to drill, blocks a lot of his attacks. Good solution. You can also use Fortifying Sigil to stay longer in the purple drink if you need to. What's my money doing? Oh, we broke 100 mil. Let's go. I wasn't even paying attention. I was just having fun. Really good passive farm. We've made about 50 million money today so far, chat. 50 million. With maybe 2 hours of that being actual gameplay of this particular money farm. More than half an ascended rate of arrows. Hey J-Bridge, fuck you. Stabmatic Diamond Guard is good for the way you can change elements and melee hits. I love that. Hate the damn gun. Yeah, Diamond Guard is probably the most interesting way you can use that item. That, and you can use it to open containers and knock barrels back, like, way farther. It's funny, if you ever shoot a barrel, like one of the kinds that isn't the repeat exploding ones, not the pineapple ones, the regular old barrels. Watch how far it goes with the Stab-O-Matic. It's funny. I've also gotten better at doing this fight through all these runs, so I've gotten good practice on drill as well. Gun, by the way, yeah. I don't have a command for that, DKX, but I can go over the build for you in the loot room if you would like me to. Thanks, no problem. Fucked up in order, lunch from a place doesn't open for another 4 hours. Brain fog. Oof. I guess you get dinner, then? You'll just have an early dinner ready for you. Easy. Your brain was just planning ahead. Or something. I don't know. Drill whose hips don't lie. Excuse me? You could have just not said that. It would have been free to not say that. Melee damage, spell radius, melee crit damage, melee crit chance? That's really good. I'll get good uptime on that because of amnesia. Not full uptime, but good uptime. That's better than that. I don't care that much about that spell crit chance. Upgrade. Sick. Any tips on a claw melee build post contagion fix? Same exact thing, Struggle Bus. Same exact thing. You don't change it. You do the same stuff. I realize you might be expecting an answer other than that, but no, you do the same thing. Okay, so this build. This is a Frost Shiver, focusing on doing lots and lots of damage over an area, but melee stuff, and multitasking a bit. So we go down to Stabomancer Capstone, which is not something I recommend for most builds. In a vacuum, Executioner's Blade just isn't very good, but the advantage here is it multitasks. We are running Berserker down to Relentless Rage for some quality of life. We've got Blood Frenzy to keep better uptime on Enrage here. Unarmored Defense for some really good tank. Cold Snap is for movement speed, frost efficiency. Remember, frozen enemies take much more melee damage, and partially frozen enemies take a lot more damage because of Icebreaker. Old Ways is really good tank and damage. Unyielding is a little nice supplementary heal, and Savagery is melee damage for the core tech of the build. From the Shadows is good here because it just makes our damage much more consistent. It means we get consistent alchemical agent triggers, means all of the dot ticks of that alchemical agent will crit, means we have one layer of chance removed from Executioner's Blade, just good stuff. Haste is swing speed, we have a slow melee weapon so it's good. Potent Poisons boosts our dots, Exploit their weakness boosts all our damage, thanks to dots. Follow-up is a point to get down the tree, ultimately not very impactful, but it's better than Swift Death, Arsenal, or Sneak Attack for moving down in the lower tiers. Nimble Fingers is great because we're meleeing all the time. More Fiery means we apply our melee crossbolts faster, and spell damage means our inflammation hits harder. Shadow Step is nice for when we happen to kill an enemy with something that isn't melee. It means we get an immediate alchemical agent on the next enemy we attack. Elusive is just good damage mitigation, good defensive stuff. Contagion was changed, but it's still good. I'll get to why in a moment. Alchemical Agent is just one of the best damage dealing outlets in the entire game. It's absolutely amazing. One of the best skills, period. And Thousand Cuts is just there to get us down to Executioner's Blade because by this point in the tree, it is the least awful of the remaining skills. I cannot stress enough that Arsenal is so minor as to be non-impactful because it's 3% melee spell and gun damage per point. To compare that to gear, if you happen to get an Ascended gun damage Shark's Bane, that is over 50% gun damage for one gear slot. 17 skill points in Arsenal to match one ring. That's not a good skill. Swift Death caps out at 30%, running absolutely breakneck speed, and it is additive with other damage boosts in that category, such as Thousand Cuts, so we don't need Swift Death. And Sneak Attack, formula-wise, goes into the crit damage section with strength, which we already have a lot of, so it is just very drop in the bucket type scenario. Hero points wise, we max crit damage, we max status damage, put the remainder in Constitution, because Constitution does double duty when using Unarmored Defense. Unarmored Defense makes it so your ward is converted, half of your ward is converted at a 3-to-1 ratio into health. So the more wards you have, the more health you get. So it not only increases our actual health, but our wards to a point where we get a lot. So, Contagion. The way it used to work before the change is it could retrigger itself, meaning you could, in theory, take a 1 damage dot, and as long as you have 100% status damage, technically over 100, to increase the damage of the resulting contagion dot, if you got lucky enough, you could get enough contagion triggers to turn that 1 damage into enough to kill any enemy in the game, with a good enough RNG. But that's no longer a thing. So what Contagion is good for now is spreading your existing powerful dots. Because my Alchemical Agent dots are really, really strong in this build, spreading them around with Contagion is still very, very relevant. And if you look at the second bit of what Contagion says in that top paragraph, if no enemies are nearby, apply a different random status effect to the initial enemy instead. Even in single target, if Contagion triggers, which I have a 24% chance, which is pretty good, honestly, then I get half strength Alchemical Agent of a second element, and this chance is rolled each time I apply this dot, which is on every single melee crit. So it's just really, really good. So any build that's doing melee dots, you still take Contagion. It's still one of the best skills in your entire kit, second only to Alchemical Agent. Boss runs are sweetness, good for beginners to learn the mechanics, good for endgame players to learn bosses they don't know yet. Boss runs just need guaranteed maker. Yeah, I would agree with that, Django. I would love guaranteed maker in boss runs. So yeah, that's the build. Gear-wise, I'm running a Banshee with Consec swings. This could be a lot better. Obviously, Primordial or Ascended would be better, but Banshee with Vampire is great for tank, because you get 10% ward and health back on each swing with a Vampire hilt. We are using Unarmored Defense, so we have a big health bar, and getting back some of our ward also lets it fight against our Selective Amnesia, which anytime we take damage, we get really big damage. Amnesia takes your, well, first, when you get hit with any damage that isn't a dot, isn't a status effect, you get 20% movement speed for 3 seconds, and it takes, it lights you on fire, and it takes your movement speed stat. So whatever that total is, including that 20%, and puts it in your all damage category. So you remember that category where Swift Death goes into? Amnesia is just that, but better in every possible way. And this doesn't care how fast you're moving, it cares how big your movement speed stat is. So, since we have 39.5% from the armor itself, we have 20% from Amnesia, that's already 59.5% movement speed. We have Myth rank move speed is 25%. So we'll round, and we'll call that 95% movement speed already. And then we have 3 haste, which is 24%. And we have 2 cold snap, which is another 12%. So we have all of that. That total, well over 100%, goes into our all damage category, which applies to everything we do, which is super, 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 super nice. Body rune's there for damage and healing. Barbalode is there so that our crossbolts we're applying for good damage formula also allow us to mob more effectively, and Inflammation is there because the status effect from it counts as a spell, meaning an enemy running around on fire from Inflammation can just have Executioner's Blade pop out of nowhere and stab it in the back of the head a bunch of times without me having to do anything. And Executioner's Blade is good because it takes the damage value of your melee weapon, takes the element of your melee weapon, the crit stats of your melee weapon. It's even bigger than your melee weapon's base damage, unlike Ghostblade being slightly smaller and Dreadwind being much smaller. So big damage number like Banshee benefits it quite well. And does extra damage. Lets us effectively get more swings in without having to swing, because we light the enemy on fire, and then we start going to town. That's the build. Very wordy, but that's the build. Always love when builds are quite explained. Happy to do it, Beaver. 'Tis my passion. boss run just had the maker portal at the end be so good. Also think the modding side of the community mobbing side of the community need a chaos mode first. I wouldn't be opposed to like a no boss run. That'd be kind of neat. That was a lot of talking. My throat's dry. So we're hoping here for volatile or better banshees of various elements. If volatile, I would really want the 1900 damage roll. But primordial banshees with vampire of any element would be welcome. And of course ascended, but never lucky. It's the biggest upgrade I could get for this build. What's the importance of gold in this game? I mean, it's to buy weapons only. Also increasing your storage capacity. So, like, I have 70 backpack spaces. That is not your base backpack size. Also, the amount of ammo you can have in each weapon. You can see my totals down here. Not all of these are maxed. Launchers max out at 51, for example. But it affects how much ammunition you can store for each weapon type, how much backpack space you have, how many items get saved in your lost loot machine, how much bank space you have. It goes up to 510, which is the biggest bank we've ever had in a lands game. Also, this is the biggest backpack we've ever had in a lands game. So all of those are one-time investments per character, with the exception of the bank and lost loot being once per account. So that costs a lot of money to get done. It's something like 150 mil for max STUs on one character, if I remember correctly. But once you're done with that, yes, it's for buying gear. But at Chaos 50, high-tiered stuff in vendors is expensive. At Chaotic, this Rain of Arrows is only 5.8 mil. But we had an Ascended one in the vendor before, which is max stats, the strongest version of the item you can get. And it was 90 mil. I couldn't afford it because I only had 80 mil at the time. So money's very important in this game. And quest reward items, once you've completed the associated quest, they are added to your vendor pool. So if you want to refarm a quest item, such as this Tooth Raider is a quest item. If I wanted another one of these, I'm going to have to get lucky in a vendor or do the quest on another character. And this Tooth Raider is one of the more expensive items from vendors. So having money helps you be prepared. It's a much better system than, say, Borderlands 3, where money didn't mean anything and you had so much of it that you'd often hit the overflow point where it literally rolled over to zero. Or Borderlands 2, where you didn't have enough money to refill your entire stock of rockets. They definitely hit a much better balance with money in this game, in my opinion. What's this one? I think this was only a Chaotic Banshee. Oh, sad. Never lucky. This class is used in the rocket launcher, big boy build. Spell Shot Berserker. The Berserker part isn't important other than damage formula, really. Spell Shot's the important bit there because Warcaster and Magic Bullets. But I do need to see if that build holds up well. I know I said one more 2 runs ago, but I just want more opportunity at bunnies and more money while this featured run is here. Final room in the no boss run, just all cursed crabs, evil eye crabs, mimics, badass goblins, and witch doctors, mountain trolls, centurions, etc. It's like double enemy density. I would love a room with crazy density. friend's version of Never Mitosis. Hiltless Banshees. It's real hiltless behavior. I agree, Stump. As far as I know, it's limited to just the Banshee and the Salt and Battery. I don't know if it happens with Greed Warden or Petty Tantrum. Feel free to tell me if it does. But as far as I know, it's just those two who can roll without tilt mods. And I don't think that should be a thing either. It's less than ideal. I feel like Never Mitosis for me is never ×3 Ludite. I still have not gotten a ×3 Fire Ludite with non-melee crossbolts above Chaotic. In 1100 hours in the game, my best Fire Ludite is Chaotic. So yeah, that's a unicorn for me too. Any tips on survivability? A Claw Stab on only 3k HP and 3k ward. So the biggest thing you can do to survive in this game is honestly not take the damage in the first place. Now, the nature of this build is melee, so that's not an option for me, so I've decided to survive through other means. I'm currently using a Vampire Hilt, which restores 10% HP and wards on each hit. Lets me be very tanky. Especially with Berserker's unarmored defense skill. But I'd really recommend for a lot of classes, the solution is get a bunch of movement speed and just learn enemy attack patterns. Learn, you know, their animations before they do the problematic swings. Kite enemies well. There's boss attacks that you can crouch or duck. And there's also other layers to that. If you have a sigil spell, there's a lot of problematic attacks from both regular enemies and bosses that the barriers from sigil spells completely block. For example, a lot of people have trouble with Wastard / Son of a Witch. His skull attack, completely nullified by a sigil. Just blocks it entirely. And his other attack, the Purple Nova, that does a lot of damage, well, that's blocked by line of sight, so you just go around a corner. Movement really is the most important thing for survival. There's some classes that have other options, like with this, I'm healing by hitting. That's something melee builds can do. Graveborn has Sanguine Sacrament, which is a really good heal that happens every time you cast a spell, so if you've got good spam ability, you can do that. Reaper of Bones action skill makes you unkillable for the duration. It's also an option. They're not being very aggressive right now. I need them to be. Yeah, let me back in. Reaper Bones basically giving you 3 lives is great. It's so good. It heals you fully on activation, then it makes you unkillable while it's on, and then if your HP would have depleted while it's on, it then ends and gives you 3 seconds of invulnerability. And you can also heal during that time through other means. Like, Reaper is so crazy good for survivability. It's so underappreciated, too. I see so many people going, like, buff Reaper Bones. Like, why? Why, though? It's immortality that also gives you damage and turns on effects that happen from taking damage, such as the Amnesia armor that I'm using right now. Like, you can use the immortality action skill to give you more uptime on the most impactful damage armor in the game. Why? Why would you not? Bugs back. Oof. Find myself eating a bowl of salsa with a spoon while a bag of chips is next to me. Do I need help? Knee-jerk reaction is to say that's weird, but honestly, son, I can't say that I wouldn't try that. I'd try anything twice. Once to try it, once to make sure I don't like it. So, like, I would try that. Is Reaper Slam? No, this is Slam. Where it can get it? I don't understand your question. Couldn't follow. Just room temperature tomato soup sounds fine. Yeah.
Magic time! Reveal!
Oh, Dire Sacrifice? Yeah, yeah. Dire Sacrifice the other one.
I shall uphold my own.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what you meant. Yeah, I probably should have understood that one. Yeah, Dire Sacrifice is the other one. Reaper of Bones is the mode-based one. I don't know where that skull is, but I hit it somehow, so okay. I do want to make a donkey build. Because it has crossbolts. They're only 1 second, but it has them. And pretty good DPS. Select amnesia with red hellions, just speed. Haven't tested amnesia since a long time. Puddles still hurt you? Yeah, but it's pretty easy to mitigate that with either ward tanking, which is what this setup is doing, Reaper of Bones, enabling and also allowing you to kind of heal from it, is another good approach. Or just, like, accept the death and fight that way. Any of those. But it's something that you can just build some survivability into your setup and get around. And it's really helpful when there's environmental ways of enabling it, such as this. Hey Felicia, how you doing? Relaunched game and Moneybug's still on? I don't know what causes that. Want a good animation for my Bereaver Reaper Bones build? I'd probably just, for my purposes, I'd probably send over this one. Like, I don't see myself ever getting a better amnesia than this, because the passes are perfect. For just general use. The skills aren't ideal. I don't want Rebuke on armor ever. And Oath of Thunder is like, okay. 2 Iron Squall's nice, though. But this is just like the best amnesia I've ever gotten. So I'd probably just pass this one around. Why the selective amnesia dealer? It's true. What happened in Frost Shiver? What do you mean? I don't understand the question. Well, that's Ascended. Spore power. One fire rate passive is 18.6% at Ascended. That's kind of nuts, actually. Pick this game up. Hope it's worth it. I think it is, Captain Fruit Bear. I have in the 3 months this game's been out, I have over 1,100 hours. I'm getting my money's worth on this game, definitely. I want to try out one of these ruffians, because ×3, 10 fire rate sounds good. But then again, I should probably just liquid cooling. It's still better. The timer almost expired. Yes, cool. Hi, Jake. No jumping on my desk, cat. Cat. Ascended Impaling Ice Spike. Ah, he jumped on the desk from the other side. Oh yeah, Felicia, I did fashion stuff. Look, it's Blight. He's got the face cloth thing. Fashion. Get it? 'Cause it's a skull. Like, I'm so creative. I'm perhaps the most creative person alive. My creativity is only matched by my humility. Back from dinner is at a rapscallon, scamper scallywag. Scallywag. And you guys are gonna smash that goal. I'll start planning stuff. I don't know when exactly it'll be, but it will be during the summer. Did some fashion lands after hitting that wheel a whole bunch this last week. Yeah, I've gotten so many cosmetics, soul farming DLC 3. So, lots of new options. And there's a bunch of cosmetics I'm still missing from 1 and 2. And that puts me in a predicament. I don't want to do DLC 2 on this character ever, because I don't want Imelda to be in the pool of options. I suppose I could do DLC 1, and I wouldn't mind having chums in the rotation. That would let me get those cosmetics from the wheel. Maybe we do that, actually. Notice my Wildfire Sniper build's doing ridiculous damage, killed him 35-40 an hour, didn't make any changes. Play the Angles now gets class power, so if you have Play the Angles and any Spore Warden power, that got a big buff for you. It's assault and battery with vampire, but it's non-chaotic. Like, eh. Primordial Banshee. Non-elemental. Again. Again. Pain. Suffering. When wheel farming a ton the last few days got 0 stabomatics, Sag. It's okay, the game is telling you to not be a monster. "24-hour barbecue stream?" See, I'd be down for that. Just me cooking various things. Melee weapon farming is all too relatable right now. Yeah, just showing you guys that streamer luck isn't an always-on affair. I do have my dry spells. Alright, I'm gonna put some stuff away. And I think I actually want to go do... Let's go do Chums 1. I don't think this character has done DLC 1 at all. I don't remember. I want to do Chums 1. Forgot to push the streamer luck button, of course. Let's trade the Suffer stream for a barbecue stream. I do technically still owe Less Handsome Jack a cooking stream. Because I don't have the setup to do it currently. I want to use it on my melee character for non-melee bosses. Have you tried using any of the other things for bosses that are tough to melee? Which is only a Melda. It's not, you know, the answer you might want, but Stabmatic's not the only solution to that. It is a solution. Unless Handsome Jack a bunch of streams. Listen, let's not talk about that. That is neither here nor there. Let's do Chums. It is gonna populate the pool with some stuff, but like, meh, whatever. I don't think I'll mind too much. Bolt Lash and Delusion clogging my pool. Tidebreaker dropping is fine, that's a good item. Cape of Tides is fine, that's a good item.
Beyond all imagining. Not for you. You've seen it all. The threads of your fate are always stretching across what looms, drawing fire in the sanctums of gods, outwitting the ancients. To still be awed by the sight of great hounded by God.
Use Marshmallow, keep getting down by Dragon Lord when I try to damage Bernadette.
Behemoths change. Sure, I've seen all manner of those.
Positioning is key. You can still do the Marshmallow thing while you're down, by the way. Like, you don't actually even need to be on your feet for that. Game seems to be having RAM problems again. Yeah. This area also isn't very well optimized, I might add. Some areas just don't run well when you first switch to them. We'll see that a little bit. Cat, what are you doing? What's your deal? The cat's losing his mind over there. Hate it when you get Feodor and Dragonlord in the boss run, so many immunity phases. I don't mind Feodor, because it's at least you're doing things during the immunity. It's not like waiting with Feodor. You still have an active gameplay role. The immune phases take as long as you let them. Cough, cough, Chaos Chamber Room. Yeah.
If you ruin monsters like you do moves.
Tried out Laser Hand last night. Yeah, Ewok? It's so sick, right?
Anyone who stands against them. No one belongs in cage, no matter how golden its bars. They're protecting the key.
Still missing name, huh?
Dream of a way past them, won't you? The column moved.
Missing name when they're frozen, side Pisces when they're not. It's not different. Progress, at least. They've had side Pisces working for a bit, I think. Which, by the way, I love the name side Pisces. That's just appropriate.
Inspiringly done.
You get so cold your brain doesn't work and you forget your name? Yes. Are you okay? Surprised they haven't had DLC 3 Spaces Chaos Chamber. They did.
Eyes parched, mouth dry.
Seeing any one particular room in the chamber is unlikely when there's
Shackled just beyond the reach of everything.
let's see, it was, as of DLC 2, it was 58 different rooms, there's 4, so 62 different rooms you can get in the chamber, not including boss runs, not including boss rooms. Yeah, so you have a 1 in 62 chance. And that is only when you are not playing feature runs, because DLC stuff isn't featured. The boss run doesn't have any of those rooms. Chaos Trial doesn't have them, so 3 of the formats don't have them. It makes sense. I have gotten one of the DLC rooms. It's pretty cool, actually. So this is Left Right Shark should have been named Side Pisces. Left Shark, Right Shark's a reference to something, but I don't recall what it is.
You do it all, don't you?
Yeah, that was, yeah, that's okay. I guess I have done DLC 2 on this character. Yeah, I guess I have. So I wonder what's up with the corrupted version of Brighthoof when there's all the purple goop and crystals. It's a secret, the maker fucked it up version of Brighthoof.
All around, and a flood on the rise. You fight off the coils and let the water.
If you get that run, like, that room organically in a random room in the chamber, I think it's always mimics. I think. Except for the stuff that comes from the quartz. So it's just like a special room. And there's a bunch of encounter maps used in the overworld that don't have Chaos Chamber equivalents, so they do have room to add more. Katy Perry Super Bowl halftime show. Now that you care. Well, I'm curious to know. Thank you. Yeah, I would never have guessed that. I knew it was a reference to a thing. I don't know that thing. In some boss fights, they could retrofit Caster. Yeah. That's the only one I can think of, though. So, like, boss fight singular. Miss the Left Shark memes? Yeah, I lived under a rock for that. I don't even know which year that was. Look how far DLC has come. Like, this waiting for the water to rise nonsense, that's ridiculously boring. You know, that's the first one, but then by the time of the third one, we got a non-linear, fun-to-farm-in DLC with a good boss. Like, reject DLC 1, return to DLC 3. That is what is called improvement. (2015). Yeah, I'm pretty sure I didn't watch the Super Bowl in 2015. I mean, I don't most years, but I didn't even keep up with anything related to it in 2015. I don't remember 2015 very well. I don't know what I did that year. Everything that says wait for X amount of time, also you get shot at all the time, is not good design anywhere. It's just passive. Like, this isn't gameplay, this is waiting for a game to stop having an arbitrary limitation on your progression. Like, I'm not accomplishing an objective. I'm not even standing in a designated area and passing the time. Like, for example, Crystals and Guardian Takedown. That's good because it was a multi-ringed King of the Hill requirement. I needed to spend a certain amount of time, but I also needed to do that in a very specific way, denying the enemies, you know, a place to stand. Like, that's mechanically involved. But this is just, I don't know, run around for 3 minutes. Like, run around for 3 minutes when the rest of the playable activity is only about 3 minutes itself. Like, I don't love the pacing of this particular mirror. I enjoy the core gameplay of this game so much that farming souls for an hour in DLC 3 was still enjoyable to me. Doing this for 3 minutes? Not for me. Devil's Advocate, DLC is so close, we don't know new DLC was better because the feedback is better because they made by different folks. I didn't say it was necessarily an improvement because of feedback. I said it is an improvement in terms of development. It definitely was finalized after the first one in terms of development process, so it could have been by an entirely different game, but there was at least some crossover and some new ideas were pushed in 3, whereas there's nothing fresh about this one. So I still think improvement fits the bill. Whether or not feedback affected it, I think it's unlikely that it did. But internally, they improved in their process from 1 to 3. Has it been 3 minutes? Did I hit the progression blocker here? That's a Banshee. I would be so pissed off if I can't get that. Because you can soft lock here. And I'm worried that I'm soft locked. Because it's been a minute. Make that jump there made easy. There's a death wall. I don't know exactly where the death wall is, which is why I'm not trying it. That ain't filling. Yeah. It's not.
Darkness Freeze before the light!
Soft block, soft lock. As in, you're unable to progress. You are not permanently stuck, but you're unable to continue with the thing you're doing. So, I don't want to have to go through all that again, but I'm gonna have to. Cool. Another non-elemental with Rampage. I'm cursed. See, you can run over here, but like, I don't know where exactly the death wall is. Why do we even have to wait if you can just...
Your death approaches.
Care for a swim in the seas of imagination?
2100 damage though. Here's the thing with that, Dex.
There is more yet to be conquered.
Not Ellie? Yeah. Well, I have to do that again.
It's mighty
Hopefully it works this time.
For most, these frigid mountains are home to mythic monsters beyond all imagining. But not for you. You've seen it all. The blades of your fate are always stretching across the moons. Drawing fire, skeletons of gods, outwitting the ancients. You still be awed by the sight of a great behemoth, hounded by guards, yearning.
Behemoths, chains. Sure, I've seen all manner of those.
Then it is as I predicted. I see no surprises in your future, but I do see a long tail. And fins, too at least. And great reward if solve that puzzling contraption ahead. The levels, they require someone of imagination to reveal this.
So how's everyone's day going?
Flows.
We're up to 106 mil though. Made a lot of money today. Love to see it. I should really get this kind of money on my other characters, but it's not nearly as efficient to do the featured run on a non-melee build.
While saving the
Still think they were planning a fight in this pit. That would have been nice.
these coiled wooden
Even only for a few seconds.
stands against them. No one belongs in a cage, no matter how golden it falls. They're protecting the key to the innocent. Dream of the way past them, would you? You'll need something to rotate. Bullets, maybe?
I can dance again!
The column moved. Do that again.
My conscience is clean.
I just got to tell you about Season Pass 2, a thing that has not been announced. My gut doesn't tell me about something that we have no reason to make any speculations on at all. Like, what do you mean? I hope it happens, but they've not mentioned it, and I don't think it's prudent to refer to it as something that exists. Also, we're not even done with the first season, so like, question mark? Mine says hungry. That's a good thing for your gut to say. Just realized the geared UVHM run is on at like 1 or 2 a.m. Eastern. Is that on Friday going into Saturday, or Thursday going into Friday? Dex.
Inspiringly done.
Thursday into Friday. Ooh. I'll try to stop it anyway. Regarding feedback affecting gameplay, something like the DLC is probably done over the course of months, not weeks. Feedback of PLC 1 might have changed some things about later PLCs. Probably weren't core. Yeah. It's very unlikely that any player feedback has had a significant effect on content released since the game has come out. Very unlikely. But that does not mean that it doesn't still have an effect over post-launch support and future design.
Turn them. This god is something.
GDQ's on? Yeah. And if you want to show some support to a Lens community member, all around solid dude, Deceptic is running a geared UVHM Borderlands 2 speedrun at GDQ. So that's what we're referring to. I make no secret, I'm not a Borderlands 2 fan, but I am a Deceptic's fan. So I still want to support, you know? And GDQ's, you know, good stuff in general.
Defeat the coiled. Or defend them, I guess. That's definitely more accurate.
Fall back, sisters.
Halo Infinite speedrun blew my mind. I've still not watched much Halo Infinite beyond a couple parkour tricks, which I'm sure that factored in. Cause like I do want to play it, so I've kept myself like mostly out of the loop. They never did release that co-op that they promised, did they?
They're straight away.
My game broken. Am I doing this for nothing again? I know Necromancer Gage was farming souls in here, so this is another good soul farming spot, but like, I could just do that in DLC 3. More like Halo numerically limited, am I right? Quag Bob to that. It's broken again? Yes, it does. This is why people don't spend much time in DLC. Is it 3 minutes? Yeah, it was timed out. because that was the main basis of the logical fallacy that mirrors are 10 minutes long, because the speedrun of this mirror is like 7 minutes with 3 minutes of waiting.
I said eat.
Well, I tried. Obviously, you're not supposed to go bully chums. I'll jump off as penance.
I see that watery world of imagination has caught your eye.
Anyway, so that was a bust. I was trying to go do that so I could have more stuff on my wheel, but I guess not. Because if you have all 3 DLCs and you've done them at least once, then when you hit cosmetics, you get 8. I think I'm only getting 6 right now. We got a save quit? Maybe. I don't want to try that again, though. I really don't. Not into it. Maybe another time. Ascended peg leg. Sure. Sometimes just stalls out. Stall's not the right term. Just kind of locks. Indefinitely doesn't work.
The sharpest, most venturesome heroes can make
Never had that happen. I've had it happen many times. Never 2 in a row like that, but yeah, it's a common issue people have with that. Primordial Mace Warrior. Volatile garlic breath sounds unhealthy for whoever you're talking to. You're not wrong. What if you wanted to play DLC 1, but chums said no water? No water? Petty tantrum, but no, non-chaos tier. I guess I'll take it, because I'm still not swimming in those. I just realized Petty Tantrum has a terrible crit mult. Ugh. That's actually really bad. No, it's on top. Yeah, for whatever reason, the DLC 3 melee weapons have it on top, Jaybridge. It's very weird. I want to save quit for visibility of items. I think it strengthens in how many mines you can do, but you could swing any other melee weapon and hit that same number of times and also do things. Example, Salt and Battery, Banshee.
Now there's a face I'm always
Like, you could get a bunch of tantrum things out, or you could just use something better.
I was talking to you. Looks cool. Or looks
Yeah,
hot.
6. I need to do DLC 1 to get 8 cosmetics per pull.
Only villains would attack someone in such fresh vestments. This justifies every action I take.
You can't go to war without a proper war drone.
Recharge Garlic Breath. It's interesting. Not really useful, though. Mine's also just fire melee splash, because they all 4 things. Where is it? With a terrible attack speed. Good crit chance, I'll give it that. Terrible attack speed, low base damage. This particular one is non-elemental. The tantrums being fire splash melee doesn't mean anything, because There's other melee weapons that do that kind of stuff too. Metal Loot makes a Fire Splash melee projectile, and it has higher base damage with a comparable swing speed and better crit damage. And that happens on every hit. So, like, yeah. A blue quest reward that people don't use is seeming better than Petty Tantrum. Now granted, I don't like to write things off completely. I'm just giving you my impression based on surface level stuff. But it's not looking desirable. But I'm here specifically because I do want good ones to field test. Just roll around on the ground, refusing to leave till we buy the Toyo ones. I could make some real-world news jokes here, but I'll refrain. If you know, you know.
The things you can't see are often the most powerful imaginable.
I think we'll have time for one more feature.
Keep it away from me, then. I need my vision clear, thank you.
The Power Creep version in DLC 20 is called the Meaningful Tantrum. Another Stab-O-Matic. You wanna know how I got these scars? It's because I picked up a scars cosmetic, that's how. From a wheel? Yeah. Freezy pops? Those'll fuck you up. Those'll fuck you up. When we get a reference to Morbius in this game, oh no. Alright, let's do some quick fashion lands. I want to see what we got. Let me unequip that, so I don't die while using the station. Good reminder. Oh, that is a glorious beard. That's pretty okay, too. Okay. Big Mad. I love that eye color name. Can't quite see these well on this character, so I won't look at that here. Ooh, that's kind of neat. It's nice yellowish. Shield called Morbid Time, so the Dark Magic Talent spell out and melee it. That doesn't do damage. Ascended Ironsides. Ooh, that's tempting. Ironsides is such a fun weapon. But, like, I just spent so much time making all this money. Can I justify that to myself? 22 mil for an Ascended Ironsides. It was, like, just okay on Miss Dancer at C35. I don't know if this will hold up at C50. Yes, you can do it. But this would put me under the threshold where I can no longer get an Ascended Rain of Arrows. I don't think I'd do it. I really want to. I'm still on 24 hours, but what if... no. Self-control. More mimic runs? Yeah. Doing one more. Just one more. One more. One more. Team Paler, Dark Magic, yeah. What else is money for? The featured vendors, or not the featured vendor, it's the vendors at the end of the Chaos Chamber run. We had an Ascended Rain of Arrows in the vendor before, and I couldn't afford it. It was 90 mil. I want to stay above 90 mil. Wait, fire the rain? I don't understand the question. Hello, welcome in. Don't do any course or side objective to get more mimic kills. Yeah. Yeah. Shit like that. Muscle memory. And it's still good money. Like, we've made 2 mil so far? Wonder what they'll change tomorrow when we get some patch notes changes. I'd expect a small hotfix, considering we just got a patch. But we know at the very least we're getting Form 2 of Theodore. And a different featured. So, I guess we'll have to see. Any prediction for featured to be in the vending machines? I don't have any predictions there, really. No idea, honestly. I would like for it to be, something that I can farm to my own personal benefit. Like, Nightmare, it's been a while since Nightmare, and Nightmare drops Twin Soul. That would be nice to farm up at C50 for some well-rolled Primordial and Ascended ones. I wouldn't be opposed to Zomboss either, just for run palatability. You correctly predict all 3 items of vending machine a few weeks back, though. Yeah, because at the time they were using a pattern of the drops from the previous weeks featured. They kind of broke that pattern, though, so. And this week's featured, it's because the community voted on it. So it wasn't like a curated order they'd planned on.
I hope you made your peace.
Maybe a handbow or crossblade. Maybe. Due to community feedback, we've decided to extend the current feature run another week. Honestly, I'd be cool with it. More money farming time. Extended featured, but still all mimics. Yeah, it's the ones with 2 obelisks and 2 bosses, except it's still just mimics, and it's 2 drill instead of 1. And the featured, or not the featured, the obelisk boss is just pigwort twice.
Our battle is not yet over.
New to this game, I was wondering if I should collect all the dice before I grind up cast levels. I would recommend it, Abuse Pop-Tart. It's something you only have to do once on your entire account, and then it'll be shared across all your characters. And when gearing up, all of that luck, cumulatively, will give you much better chances of getting those upgrades that you're after to progress faster. Also, going and grabbing all of those dice is going to give you a nice chunk of XP, so if your character isn't level 40 yet, it'll help get you there. I think going for the dice is going to be worth your time. It'll take you, if you have a guide in front of you, at most, like a couple hours, and future you will thank you. With Nightmare, also wouldn't mind Parasite. Probably minority in that. I think a lot of people would be okay with Parasite. You know, pretty straightforward boss, accessible. In terms of drops, nothing hugely impactful. I think people would be annoyed by Parasite right now, actually, because Pandemicium lost its relevance due to the contagion changes. So maybe that'd be salt in the wound. Ooh, that's why I don't take that combination of rooms. Guess it's nasty still. Didn't know what kind of for all characters things. Yeah, it's a change they made about a month into the game, but you're very welcome. In terms of things that carry over progression-wise across your characters, your bank storage SDU, your lost loot SDU, your cosmetics, your loot dice, and your myth rank. That is all cross-character. Other collectibles are per character. Backpack space and ammo supplies per character. We did get noticeably more money on that run not doing the quartz, or not doing as many quartz. Feels empty. It does feel a little empty without the dice, I'm not gonna lie. I don't feel strongly about the change either way, but yeah. ISP, you good, homie? No, it's not. It's never good. Which after you got all of them, they let you go bonk them for loot. They're nice little injections of XP and loot during a playthrough. Now, sure, you get the loot back in an indirect way due to the loot luck being higher at all times, but the XP and also the experience of going and physically doing something, that's gone. So I do understand the criticism. Let people keep grinding out more and more loot luck. I don't hate that idea. I don't know if it's necessary, but I can't think of an immediate problem with that. Gives people something to grind if they're into it, I guess. I'm Clawstalker, which capstone is better? I don't take either on my Clawstalker. Yeah. None. It's only giving 1 point extra, it's only 240 or whatever per total playthrough. Right. Pretty minor. DLC 3 gear isn't in bunnies now, right? Correct. If someone is telling you it isn't bunnies, it's because they bypassed the system and went and did Form 4 before we're supposed to. Requires doing the final form of the boss to add to bunnies. That is the model as of DLC 2 onwards. Answer, Alchemical Agent. Yeah, what Foster said. Alchemical Agent is like the GOAT there, and at that point you're more served by grabbing Awe and or Indomitable than you are by grabbing Executioner's Blade. In my opinion. Is there a combo you look for more with this class combo? I mean, Burst Out versus Stabo Burr. I would prefer this one, Burst Stabo, because Iron Squall and the Old Ways. Now, what I'm happening to run right now is a Claw Burr armor, just because it rolled really well, and it does have 2 Iron Squall. But I would prefer Burr Stabo on this build. Do I have anything with Stabo Burr? Yeah, Stabo Burr is also good skills, as long as you don't get Swift Death. But I prefer Burr Stabo, because Old Ways is tank and damage, whereas these are just, you get a lot of movement with this combo, which would feed more into Amnesia, but this gets you some survivability too. Little bit, tiny bit, but some. Make another gun build, it's fun. This is a melee build. My damage is coming here, coming from my weapon, my melee weapon, and my dots. Is it? Yeah. See, this chaotic scalawag is not melting bosses like that. This is a melee build. My damage is coming from my greatsword, my dots, my executioner's blade. This gun is only here to apply barba load, apply melee crossbolts, and trigger executioner's blade. That's all it's for. Tis a melee build. I'm just debuffing with the gun and spell, and then swinging my greatsword. Have to think something else. You could do Frost Shiver gun builds. I would recommend for that taking Berserker Capstone, and then you could do lots of silly stuff. You could do Permanent from the Shadows, you could do Permanent Ghostblade. You could just have really good uptime on Feral Surge or Dreadwind. But Perma from the Shadows with Berserker Capstone is funny. Remember things wrong or don't, frozen shield enemies get more damage from melee attacks. You remember correctly. Fully frozen enemies receive 3 times more damage from melee. Berserker has a skill Icebreaker that makes it so enemies at any level of being chilled or frozen take a proportional damage increase that is separate from that. But yeah, frozen enemies take more damage from melee. Oh, I was gonna roll for great bows. Thanks for reminding me, Steve. I forgot about that. That'll have to be tomorrow, I guess. We're about the next big update they make whenever it beats, because we're near an end of season pass, so I'm aware of that. I don't know. Nervous about the next big update that they make whenever it will be. Why does that make you nervous? I'm missing something. Always non-elemental at a low chaos tier. I have not gotten a good Salt and Battery. I just can't. The game won't let me. I want to try that on this build, but like the game will not allow it to happen. We did not do very well with our melee weapon finds today. We got an Ascended Fatebreaker. But that's the best thing we got. So like, maybe not ideal. Really want Assault Battery and all I get's a normal non-LE? Yeah. I've gotten... The best one I have is Volatile Corrosive, or sorry, Poison, with like Amp. So not very synergistic with the whole vibe. But we did get up to 114 million today. So we made like 60, 65 mil today. Just farming featured pretty casually. Got some soul farming done too. Can't complain about that. Did get a Primordial Salmon. I got one of those too. I gotta investigate salmon. Dig into that dot, see if there's anything valuable there. Okay. So, that's gonna be it for today. Here, you guys can look at this. It's badass amnesia. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I will be live tomorrow Tomorrow is hotfix day. I'll be knocking out probably some more featured, maybe some more soul farming before we get the second form of Theodore, whatever featured we get, whatever hotfix we get. Other stuff. Friday will be more Wonderlands. Saturday will be more Outriders. I'll be giving away a copy of the game with World Slayer expansion and stuff. That'll be on Saturday, so stop by then if you want to check out the game, see what it's all about. Hopefully servers and stuff in that game will be a little more stable then. But let's find somewhere for us to go. I appreciate all the love and support. Who's playing Wonderlands? Ooh, Lazy's playing some Outriders. Good for him. D2H is playing some Outriders, Mox is playing Outriders. Everyone's on that Outriders bag right now. Who's live in the Wonderlands directory? Anyone I know? Nobody I know in the Wonderlands directory at the moment. Let's see. Pascaroni's playing Div 2. Triple G's on the Tarkov wipe. Dame's playing Half-Life 2. I guess we go to Lazy. Tried and true. Outriders on PS5? Yes. So, let's go say hi to Lazy. He's playing some of the new Outriders content from their expansion that dropped yesterday. I attempted to play yesterday, but servers were having some issues, so hopefully they're better today. Wish him all the luck and stuff. I was thinking just Quag Chad raid, but if you want the purple ghost thing, feel free. Hi Priz, bye Priz. Yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Thank you again. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And Quag Chad. Let me highlight this. Yeah, you know it doesn't matter. Let's go.
I don't know my power. Increase my damage.